In case you know the proof.
Oh, the papers, please.
Yes.
Yep. Well, it's interesting. Just while we're wasting time here, I'll tell you that my mom had her surgery, and my sister called late this afternoon because nobody had heard anything. We weren't called by anyone. Nobody knew anything. And so she finally got a hold of someone up there and found out that my mother did not respond really well to the anesthesia this time. And so she started to say to me on the phone, so in the middle of the night, they found, and I stopped her and said, I don't want to hear it. And she said, no, they found her wandering around all confused. Oh, I said, I thought you were going to tell me they found her in a coma. No, she's fine. She's just very confused from the anesthesia. It might take a day or two more than she thought to stay in the hospital, but everything went good.
Good deal. Good deal.
Yeah. I was pretty worried when I didn't hear nothing.
let me take us off, or mute us, and
okay.
I'll get that number in.
All right.
Alrighty, now we're good to go.
Okay. So if you guys want to start calling in, the number is, Michael?
Area code 605-562-3140, and the participant code is 529582.
You want to give that again? I'm going to write it down this time.
Yep, I'm going to put it in the bottom here too. So, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, area code 605 562
Okay.
3140, and that's
Okay.
access code 529582.
Okay. I will keep that handy here. Okay, so you guys can start calling in whenever you like, and I really want to have a serious conversation tonight about what we've seen. I know that it made me so angry, and then it made me make decisions. Right away I was making decisions that weren't good ones. And so I know that that is not just me that's happening to, and we have got to operate with a calm mind. And so I just decided that I got to find all the good things about that video coming out. Everything good has to be harvested out of this, and throw the bad away, because what the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so is he. And what he speaks out of his mouth, he calls into existence. So we don't want to do that. We're going to call only good into existence. And so tonight we'll use this for our little moan and groan session and get it all out. And then by the end of the night, we're going to find the solutions for all of this. And I know that there's a whole bunch of good solutions. And like I said in the beginning, one of the good solutions is to hop on board. I see many people. I don't have a lot of time to spend on Facebook, but I do see that many people are forming pages over there, and they're forming groups, and they're getting ready to do many things all over the U.S. And while that's good, if we don't do this in combined numbers, we're not going to get nowhere. That's why I think this thing that they're going to do on the 15th of April, where they're going to honk the horns at 4:23, which is the hour that Lavoy died, in memory of him and in memory of why we're doing all of this, You honk your horns at 423, or you turn up the music and play it outside loud, or you use your blowhorns, or like the people did in Canada, the women, they used their pots and pans, banged them together. Letting the government know we stand with the Lavoy's family. We stand for what Lavoy stood for, and we are done messing around. That will be the first real awakening for the government, I think, if we can make this very, very successful. And so I am really looking forward to that. I think that we have to stand in unity. We don't have to like the people. They don't have to like us. But we do have to unify. And we do have to stand up. We don't have a choice anymore. If we stand at this point, I believe we can still stand in congregation of peace and still get our points across. But if we wait much longer, we're going to be past that point. And I don't want to see my kids going out and fighting or shooting another American. I don't want to see this happen. Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, I just got past a link of, I assume it's from, oh wait, that wouldn't be from today.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, I thought it was a link from today of Jeanette Finicum discussing the death of Lavoy. But this was...
yeah, I sent you that video over there, but I think that everybody has seen it. It sounds to me like everybody has seen it. And I think we just need to discuss what we saw now and not get any more of us mad.
Right, right.
We need to come out of there and figure out what the answers are, the solutions now.
I found myself disassociating from it mentally. You know, it's kind of one of those things, I just have that natural ability to do that. I'm one of those people that when something that would normally cause a lot of distress on somebody happens, I can normally just go to work, do what has to be done, and then I fall apart later. So I don't know when it'll be, but at some point it will hit me as it's hit everybody else. I mean, I was mad, but I didn't get the other emotions yet.
I'm seeing that Pink is writing breaking. Multiple TV channels going dead across the USA.
Really?
Down detector? What's that, Pink? I don't understand that. Direct TV, that kind of thing? Because I just have a regular antenna here, and mine's working.
Where's Pink putting that at? Oh, okay.
In the chat room.
I see it now.
Yeah, so I haven't seen, I'll check all of I only get 4 channels, but I'll check them.
That's 4 more than we get.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all working here, so it has to be with the direct TV and with the big cable companies that they're going to do that. Well, I don't doubt it, because I'm sure that this video has raised up a bunch of heads everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I
had almost 2,000 emails today while I was up in the cities going to the doctor.
Wow.
And every video I've opened since 6 o'clock is nothing but this. That's all it is. So that's why I said we have to find what the good is out of this. If God is going to allow this video to go around, then we have to harvest the good from it. We can't look at what the bad is, because then Satan wins and we don't win. And I fully intend to win, at least for us. So you guys can start calling in whenever you like. The phone number's there. They just printed it again in the chat area. And we need to come up with solutions. I believe that this convoy is one big solution. I think that the reason that people haven't stood up so far is they're scared. But I know for a fact that when I saw I don't remember the name of the group, Patriots for America or something like that, a couple years ago when the truckers or the bikers were all going into DC, man, I was feeling so good.
Oh, I
Just
hear you.
watching that, I was crying with hope that at that time we were going to stand up. And so if this happens in every state on the same day, and you've got your bikers and your truckers in a convoy, you've got your We the People in a convoy, and we are going to our capital that we pay for, and we're going to have us a picnic.
Yep, we do have a caller.
Okay.
And I put the
bring it on.
map up that Pink was on the screen for those watching. It's the map of all the outages, and that's pretty insane. Okay, let's go to the caller, 803 area code. You're on.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello? Who we talking to?
Yes. Oh, it's Rage Wolf.
Oh, Rich, okay. And how are you tonight?
Yeah. I'm on this side of the dirt, Miss Kathy. Yeah, you bring up a good point with the pots and pans thing. In Iceland, when they had their revolution, they called it the pots and pan revolution. Every wife, every mother, everybody came out and just banged pots and pans, and they gathered around their state capitals, and they're not their state capital, but their capital, and banged pots and pans. And here's the important thing: what happened is it was looking down and it was looking bad until the people talked to the police, and they reached out their hands. And they said, "Hey, you guys, after they're done with us, after they're done sicking you on us, they're going to come for you." And it was at that point the police turned around and realized, hey, they're right. We need to join up with our fellow citizens because it is us against them.
So, you know, you're bringing up...
We shouldn't
Sorry, go ahead.
alienate the police. We shouldn't look down on all of them for the same reason that we shouldn't look down on all gun owners for the few actions of a few madmen, or all Muslims for the actions of a few bad Muslims, or all Jews for the actions of a few bad Jews, or Mormons for a few bad Mormons, or Catholics, etc., etc. There are going to be bad apples in every group, but if we unite together and we act as one and we try to unify as one, we should be able to accomplish goals that seem impossible. I mean, look at Black Lives Matter. If the Crips and the Bloods can declare a truce and a peace to come together in their idea of a message, well, what says that we can't get the Hells Angels and the pagans and the other guys, the outlaws, and all of them to come together and unify for just a minute for the better good of man, for the better good of our country?
Yeah.
Why is this such a hard concept?
It's not. It's not a hard concept. We just haven't asked the right people, and we haven't been motivated. But I think that we are motivated. I think this really motivated me. Just watching this today was a big motivation, and I thought to myself, well, you made that right. This is perfect timing to bring this about, because I had just been talking with Michael, and we're going to do us a hoedown anyway. We're trying to figure out how to do a radio hoedown. Well, we're going to do a capital hoedown. And we'll have the other radios involved. And the thing is that each capital in each state belongs to us. But the Bible says, do not go onto the territory of the devil. And we know, for those of us who are awake, where that is. That is in D.C. Your capitals, get them snakes moving and scared in your own states.
Yeah, make them make a choice.
That's right. That's right.
No, this is true. I myself have called and emailed my local sheriff, my county seat, my city seat, my senator, my governor, and out of all of them, the only one I've gotten a message back from was my sheriff, which is a little scary. But he seems to be very constitutional and very aware of what's happening around him.
Good.
As for the others, I don't know. They really haven't gotten back to me on anything. They just seem, I guess they took the question and have ignored it. But, you know, when it came to my sheriff, I said, hey, look, you're my locally elected official. You are for the people, by the people. You are not paid by them. You are paid by us. You have a duty to us, not them. Please tell me, guide me. What am I supposed to do? What are you going to do to help me, one of your citizens? And yeah, he took the time and he sat down and explained to me that it is a very complicated situation when it comes to law enforcement, because there are those who are the licensed, appointed law officers, and there are those who are constitutional, and the ones who are licensed professionals, they swear the oath to uphold the laws. Just like the SS or the Gestapo, they were just following orders. They were pushing the law, their land. Well, constitutional sheriffs, they have to uphold the Constitution. They have to protect the people that elected them into their position, not the corporations or the people who make the laws or make a law that's changed. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, a law can change overnight to make, I don't know, I'm smoking a cigarette now. They can make a law tomorrow morning that anyone with a pack of cigarettes in their pockets is now a felon. Does that make me a hardened criminal? No, that just makes me a person with a pack of cigarettes. I mean,
That broke the law.
but it's the law.
Yeah. I'm looking over here, and Scott Bennett wants to join us. Bring him on, would you, Mike?
Right on. And we do have another caller, by the way.
Okay, bring him on.
All right. Rage, you going to stay there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Area code 310. 310. You're on, and I'm going to bring Scott
Yeah,
in.
make sure you tell him we got somebody just coming on. And that, to be silent when he comes in, because he always comes in and says, I'm here.
Right. All righty. You're on 310.
Hello, this is New West.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm a little shook up off the Lavoy video. Is that a topic we can discuss?
That's the topic we are discussing tonight, yes.
All right, cool. So this is what I would like to say. I think that our law enforcement agencies across the country, although they've been corrupt and have problems over the years, I think lately they've been more and more laxed on their hiring requirements for new officers coming in. And as long as you have police officers being fired from one department and being hired in another department, or you have sheriffs that are rehiring law enforcement officers from police departments across the nations and hiring them into the sheriff's department in these small counties all over the country is one problem. I think the problem is this. We have two types of police officers in our society. We have one that is trigger happy, who abuses the right to carry a pistol, and then the other one is a police officer who's afraid of doing the job, and the first thing they do is jump to their gun because they're afraid. And I think the screening process that police officers go through today isn't as vigorous as it used to be. I think that they're hiring a lot of people that aren't qualified to be police officers, and I think that education is a key factor to hiring police officers when it comes to them having to deal with different types of people in society. I just feel like that is the reason why we see police officers resorting to shooting people so quickly nowadays. I mean, they don't give them. I mean, the he was reaching excuse is not going to work anymore. If they don't, if somebody isn't literally pointing a gun at a police officer, there should be no reason for them to be shooting anyone at any time. So these scared officers are killing people, as well as the police officers who are trigger happy. So it's a mess. But I think the rules, first, the intake for these officers needs to be revised. They need to really start to be more picky on who they allow to become police officers. That's one. And the second thing is the rules of engagement need to change. They can't jump to shooting somebody immediately on the thought that they're reaching for something when people have reached for an inhaler before and got killed. So I just think that that's the real issue with this gun problem with police officers, and it just, somebody needs to fix it somehow.
You know, the police officers is a kind of a double-edged sword, because part of it is that they are jumpy right now. They know that they're being set up. The police officers, the good ones, they're being set up for us to look at all police officers as bad.
Right.
And so,
Yeah,
and that's being done with the private. Yeah, that's being done with the private contractors that are being brought in there, and others that were trained from the prisons and brought in to be police. And this is part of the way they set things up, I believe, during the Hitler times. And so you get your people to hate all cops. And pretty soon you'll have people making blanket statements about everything. You know, all priests are no good because 10 priests rape somebody. This is not true. The majority is good, and it's just the bad ones that we hear about.
Right.
And so I was thinking tonight, when these policemen shot Lavoy, I wonder what their families thought when they went home. Because they had to go home and look their parents in the eye, look their wives and their children in the eye.
Yeah.
And they had to act normal, and I don't think they could.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So there are many sides to this, yeah. And getting mad.
I'm not saying all police officers are bad at all. Like, I'm sure there's tons of great officers out there. There's a lot of them that don't focus on the inner city youth and help a lot of the youth stay away from gangs and drugs and stuff like that. Yeah, there is a lot of great police officers out there. But like I said, the intake process for hiring new police officers is weak. Their lie detector test must not work because they're hiring anybody, and a lot of these officers, like I said, some of them are afraid and just want the paycheck and the retirement, and the other ones are trigger happy, and they're either on steroids or vitamins or GNC freaks, and they're in the gym every day going crazy, getting ready for action every day. The good ones, I'm sure, you know, they're in a shadow because the bad ones always stand out the most, you know.
Right.
But it's sad.
You know,
it's sad that a group of people who protested on a refuge, and we're speaking of Lavoy and the people that were in that truck. They were protesting. None of them were making threats to kill anybody. I didn't see a gun in Lavoy's hand at all, whether he reached or not. That rule needs to be changed. There was no gun pointed at any officer for them to just unload on him like that. Like, for them to be able to kill people like that is outrageous. It's crazy.
Well, when he went out of the car, he went out of that car with one thought in his mind, and that was to save the other ones in the car.
Yeah.
So he drew all attention to him. He's a hero. He did what was right. And now we, the people, have to do what is right. And that's what we're here to discuss tonight. What can become of good out of this bad? We're going to turn it into good. And that brings me to our guest. We have Scott Bennett with us. And I asked him to come on because I really would like to know what Scott's thoughts are on this video, which I'm sure you saw already, Scott.
Yeah, it's good to be with you, Kathy. I concur with a lot of your analysis.
Uh-oh. Did we lose him?
Yeah, we're having a little communications technology issues. No, I think you're exactly right on the importance of looking at and separating, you know, from a military point of view. In psychological warfare, your objective is to separate the people from the those who are on your side from those who are against you. And that's what we need to do here, is reach out to the police and separate the good ones who are constitutional, who are our friends and neighbors, and those looking to not treat the people like slaves and cattle, and separate them from the thuggish, Hitlerian Gestapo people who get a sadistic pleasure out of power in managing people with curfews and martial law and driving down the street in MRAPs and wearing heavily clad SWAT body armor, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. And I said we can get mad, but then you got to take that mad and turn it into good. Not use it for bad, because if we think when we're mad, if we try to react when we're mad, we're going to make mistakes. We got to set that mad aside and then later on come back to it and turn it into good. And that's what we're trying to do tonight. I was saying I was talking with some people last night, and we're looking at calling out in every state to go to your state capitals, the truckers and the bikers and we the people all together in a group, and have us a picnic, a little hoedown on the steps of the capitals. They belong to us.
Yeah.
Oh, nanny.
A hoedown. There you go.
Well, you see, the other thing about good that can be drawn out of these situations is that the church can be triggered and mobilized and cattle prodded in their gluteus maximus, where they have been doing nothing but sitting in the pews and swallowing the psyop that's been given them by this 501c3 modern bureaucrat pastor union, which has infiltrated the church. Those people in leadership positions need to be thrown out with a righteous vengeance against wickedness, because wickedness is sloth, and the church has begun to make these silly demonic truce declarations of truce and tolerance with evil and corruption and wickedness, and they think they can just sort of sit on the sidelines and not be in the game. God says you are in the game. You've just buried your talent in the sand. You've buried your head in the sand. But I'm going to pull you out, and I'm going to say, depart from me, ye who do iniquity, I never knew you. So the leaders need to stand up in the church pews, lead church Bible studies and men's groups and women's groups, and say, here is what's going on in America, and this is our country that God has given us, and we have a duty to be responsible. We have a duty to speak the truth. We have a duty to pursue justice, and that means utilizing the systems of law and government and political lobbying, making phone calls to leaders, challenging them, and running for political office if need be. If anyone should be running for political office in the United States, it is the Christian and the Christian church. And shame on anyone who says, well, I'm a Christian, so I'm going to be outside and stay away from the ways of the world. No, we are to be in the world, not of the world, and we are to be contending and wrestling with the powers and principalities. And if our hip goes out, that's just one of the blessings God's going to give us, because we know he's going to give us something superior at the end of the struggle.
Right, yep. No, and I was telling them too, Scott, that there is on the 15th of April, there is a group that is going to do a type of a protest where at 4:23, at the time that Lavoy was killed, they're going to stop their vehicles no matter where, and they're going to just lay on their horns. And the women are going to bang pots and pans, and everybody's going to make noise at 4:23 on the 15th.
That's very good. Very good.
And yeah, I think that will draw attention, and then if we can get together this little hoedown deal, that's going to draw a whole lot more attention. But we just have to march peacefully and get these people and let them know. And I was thinking about you today too, when you and I did all that phone calling. We really didn't get anywhere with calling those senators when we called them just singly, but when we
Right.
hit for the since they've called us terrorists, and committees that we know apply to what they are trying to do to us, and
Yeah.
what they've, those committees we have to identify, and then we need to invite those committee members to their capital hoedowns.
Yeah, that's right. And that's a brilliant idea. And I like how you have talked about that before. And also Michael Emery has been recently talking about that and getting a musical event and all that put together. I think it's a wonderful idea. And I think it'll happen. I certainly think it'll transpire. It doesn't have to be a rock concert the size of, Rite Aid to Africa like we had, but it can be significant, and it would be significant. I think you'd have more people than you can handle and getting it on private land is very simple. But you're exactly right, too, in addressing these issues through the political committees in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And we have to be very, very aggressive with these committees in a very sophisticated and intellectual, authoritative voice and a constitutional voice. We're not looking to contact our superiors. We are looking to contact our employees. And with that sort of spirit of authority, we call them and say, listen, there's an issue I want your attention on, and here it is. And I'm expecting a report back in 24 hours. And if I don't get it, then I'm going to call again and again and again. And if I don't see satisfaction, then I'm going to file some sort of complaint or legal action, or I'm going to hold you accountable. And one of the key things that I've seen is, and you'll recall this, Kathy, when they tried to label the activities of the constitutional patriots a, quote, virus. If you recall, they tried to use that and say it was a virus, quote, we have to keep the virus from spreading. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Well, look at this. It just occurred to me last night. I mean, praise God for opening our minds and our hearts up when He's ready. But it occurred to me that all of the modern entertainment games on the computer systems, on the internet, from Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell to Call of Warfare to all of these things that are training up the young generation and, in a sense, retarding the 30 to 45 generation, where a lot of these young men are engaging these games. They are being trained to look at patriot, constitutional rising and protesting and things like we saw at the Malheur Refuge in Oregon. They are being trained to see that as, quote, a virus. And in these video games, you have advertisements that say, quote, the virus came and wiped out America, or the virus came and started a war, and we, the police, we, the SWAT, we, the Special Operations Soldier, we, the CIA assassin groups, were called in to fight the virus. And you have a dystopian painting of America and the world with smoldering buildings and ruins and just a shattered life. And you have these warriors coming in with guns to, quote, combat the virus. And they're making the virus like the Walking Dead, the zombie movies, things like that. I think we are seeing the next step of the PSYOP of the New World Order types, the Illuminati types, and that is to redefine what we believe as patriots, as constitutional, liberty-oriented people, independent and autonomous from a lot of the ways of the world. Our belief system, our impulse to preserve that liberty and family is quickly becoming redefined as a, quote, virus. And that is going to brainwash a lot of these future authoritarian police types to engage in very violent police actions against average citizens. I don't think I'm off the reservation, but it just occurred to me, since you see life imitating art and art imitating life.
Yep. And I was watching something very interesting the last, couple days I've seen this, where they're bringing out the story of what happened to the Indians over in South Dakota.
Yeah.
Now, I was a part of that. I'm old enough that I actually was a part of that.
Yeah.
And Peltier was a friend.
Yeah.
And so I just was going to go in March a couple years ago when Peltier was coming ready to be paroled again. And before anybody could get the marches lined up, they called an early hearing on his parole and denied it. So we couldn't even get the march lined up. But I'm thinking to myself, why are they bringing this out now? And it isn't our people doing it. It isn't we the people. It's the government that started it. Some of the shills that I know to be shills. And so I'm thinking, okay, so you want us to be intimidated now? And you want me to remember exactly what it was that happened over there? Well, it didn't scare me then, don't scare me now.
I don't think anything can scare you, Kathy.
I don't think it can.
I think that's your strength and your leadership potential, and God's put you in that position that you're demonstrating to the. We always understand there are people that are still quiet and hidden and buried, but they're rising up to be leaders. You look at it like God has the grass is growing, and different souls are at different heights of development. We have little green shoots that are just coming through the soil, and then we've got fully developed or very tall, strong plants. They're the same type of plant. They're the same Christian soul, Christian spirit of God, but they're at different stages of their growth. And it's not a physical age thing. It's a God thing when he's waking their souls up and rising them in his own way. And it's sort of like we can't question it. Like you can't question God's use of different instruments in his own symphony. We don't know what the symphony is. We just have to go along with the beautiful harmony of it. So we see in the Christian church little green shoots coming up, and we're to give them examples. We're to give them the spiritual nourishment so they can grow and be patient with them, because there is an enormous tsunami, I think, of retardation and wrong thinking, and one of the biggest things that we've seen is the lack of a desire to be ye angry but sin not. There is a very important use of anger in the Christian identity.
Exactly.
Anger is what led David to slay Goliath. Anger is what led David to kill the bear and kill the lion.
Yeah.
Anger is a very holy, beautiful energy, just like love and sadness and all the emotions God gives us. God gives us anger as a trigger mechanism for our fight spirit, and we are called to fight in some ways. When someone comes up and tries to push something of demonic, evil, wickedness, and call good evil and evil good, we are to stand against that with no fear whatsoever. And anger is part of that reaction. And the church today has tried to castrate that, smooth it over, talk down this metrosexual Deepak Chopra. Don't get upset. Let's do. We're going to heaven. We just need to be little soft, fuzzy lights of loving Jesus. Well, that's
everyone gets participation medal.
Yeah, and that's not the gospel. The gospel is about contending and fighting and thrashing and doing battle for the Lord, being a good soldier for Christ. I learned it in the military, and I learned it in the prison experience, is suffering. God makes you and gives you suffering so that you are strengthened for others, for the rest of his body, for them, not for yourself, for them, so he can use you for them.
Yep, that's exactly right. I'm just looking at your map there, Watchman. Mike, and I'm interested in the points where this is all happening.
Yeah, I was looking at
Gee,
that.
why would they block out the South?
Yeah,
I can't figure. In Minnesota.
I was looking at that earlier. I'm going to refresh the page real quick and see.
If you can see the page that's up, Scott, Pink had just sent us a breaking news that all those places where that map is showing now, where Watchman has up, the TVs are going down. The channels are going down.
Wow. Well, I know they're pulling some funny stuff. I know Jim
Yes,
Fetzer.
they are.
They pulled Jim Fetzer's PayPal and PayPal account, blaming, quote, things that are going on his blog or something. And Jim Fetzer is a titan and a pretty aggressive, loud guy, but he's a good leader and he's very smart. For them to do that to him shows us that they're active. They're problematic.
Fear tactic, really.
Well,
See, that's
they're
what
up
it is.
to
It's a
something.
fear tactic.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, people. Courage is not the absence of fear, but it is the ability to control yourself and continue in the spite or in the face of this fear. That is the real definition of courage. I mean, I know you're scared. Hell, I'm scared. I'm scared every day. I might walk out the door and a meteorite might fall into my fucking head. But I still continue on. I still keep pushing. I mean, if the good Lord wants me, there's nothing to stop him. I can get struck by lightning. I can have a heart attack. But there comes a time in everyone's choice and in everyone's life that you got to make a choice. You got to do what's right, not what's popular, not what's political, not what's safe.
Yeah.
You got to do what is right merely because it is right, and that is what is right.
Yeah.
Not because this person says you should do it, not because this other person says it is not wrong or not right. You got to look into your heart. You got to look to God. You got to. It really is a deep down Jedi question. What is this? What is right? And then once you make this down to earth determination of what is right, you have the courage. You got to have the keshbas. You got to have the ding dang doodles. You got to have them. You just got to stand up and grow a pair and stand with some courage. I know it's going to be scary, but let me tell you, if you stand there with some courage, someone else will come and stand beside you, and someone else will come and stand beside you, and before you know it, we'll all be shoulder to shoulder. I mean, the human nature is this. We all, yes, in our own way, we are sheeple in the way that we all will follow. It's lead, follow, or get the hell out the way. Well, let me tell you, if you stand there and you start a position where you're standing, odds are someone else is going to come and stand beside you or behind you. Why? Because the human nature to flock together is that strong. If you have a good, valid point or a good, valid reason that is righteous, it gives us even more strength and power to stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder in a line. And let's not forget that the people who won our very independence, they didn't stand shoulder in a line. They stood behind trees. They dug holes. They did something a little unconventional to the standardized British method. And they saw the British lining up and going, you know what? I'm not going to stand there while they're shooting at me. I'm going to hide behind this tree. But that's a whole nother story for a whole nother time, kids.
No, what you're saying is valid. And it's like what I said at the beginning of the show, we have to take what is meant for evil, we're going to turn this into good. And they're going to have to see that God's people march with God. He is on our side. And if he is for us, who in the world can be against us? Nobody.
Amen.
Now, I am a little curious looking at this map. Can you see this map, Scott?
I just see a globe with the South American continent.
No, what you got to do is turn the sound. Oh, you didn't click into Watchman. If you click on that globe, it's going to take you over to Watchman News.
I think he's talking about this. Let me give you a link, Scott.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work better. The way I'm looking at this, we got a PSYOP going. Might even be a false flag.
Yeah.
And they're taking only certain states out. They're leaving North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana. Those states still have their communications up. There's got to be something going on. Oh, there he is.
Well, I find it odd that
just turn the sound
they cut
down
off a lot of it. They cut off a lot of like the reception in like the Florida area and in the Northeast and in the South in general, because us in the South are already ticked off at the authority for one reason or another, and we've always just been looking for a reason. That and the fact that not 98, well, I'm going to say maybe 70% of our entire military force come out of the Southeast region, and if Mama and Daddy see it at home that the government's doing something wrong, they're going to call up their son and say, hey, listen, son, remember how I raised you? So they really don't want to cause too many waves out there.
Ridge, I hope that every mother and father tonight, after they see this video, is calling their kids, whether it be military, police, wherever. Maybe they're in the NSA or, if they're working for any ABC organizations, you call them, Mom, and you tell them how you raised them and what you expect.
Well, I'm looking at
After
that.
watching the video, I actually called my daddy up and I said, "Daddy, I love you." And I sat and I talked to him on the phone for a minute, and told him what is happening. He knows what's happening, and we talked about different things. And he told me that he's explained to me that there are people that aren't allowed to have opinions, but he would tell me that he is proud of me for speaking my voice and my opinion on this matter. And he told me basically this: "You have to do what is right, son. You have to do what is right."
Exactly.
And
Scott, go
that's
ahead.
what I'm trying to.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm looking at that map right now that you're pointing to, and you've got the, in California, you've got the Bay Area, and then you've got the southern San Diego area near the Mexican Baja entry corridor. And then you've got some spatterings, and then Texas. And there's some similar Jade Helm map similarities.
You're right.
Yeah. And remember, there's an eclipse tonight. There's a big full eclipse, so they may be coordinating.
Asteroid.
Yeah, they may be coordinating things. Who knows? We have to be just occupy till he comes and be absolutely fearless. And there's nothing in this universe that should scare the Christian. Because there's nothing that can take us out of our Father's hands. I mean, we are eternally sealed.
Yes, we are. When I see this, I'm looking at that this is running all along that Craton line where we've been having tons and tons of earthquakes, and it's going all the way up to Oregon.
Yeah.
So...
Well, then we see the eastern corridor. You've got New York, you got Washington, you've got
that's
Florida.
where the Craton goes right through there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. The Dakotas and the Rocky Mountains aren't touched.
Nope. Montana's not.
Well, see, ultimately this is going to come down
that
to...
are already upset about something that's happened. The last thing I want to do is show the rest of the country what the hell is happening and get them upset. Because let me tell you, 1 or 2 states or 3 or 4 states being mad and miffed about this is one thing. If you get the entire United States up in arms and angry, that's a whole nother subject.
Oh, you know what? I see Pink has put in here ritual, and you're right, Pink. It is March. No, that was last night, March 7th. Midnight last night there was one. So today would be their beginning that will go through to the 31st. These rituals will go on now till the 31st of this month. And on the 21st is their first day of spring ritual. I forget what they call that.
The fertility ritual.
Yeah, but they have a name of the ritual. It's
is it Easter or Astaroth or something?
no, that's when is Easter?
It's coming up in a month or so.
Depends. Are you talking Christian Easter? Or are you talking Estra?
Yeah. When's the Christian Easter?
Usually in April. What has happened is the Roman Catholic Church changed Easter from what we would know it as, knew it as originally, to what is known as Estra. Now, Estra is a pagan ritual springtime thing revolving around fertility and the planting of seeds and the beginning of spring. That's why there's the rabbit and the eggs to represent fertility and renewal of life. It's complicated.
I don't have a calendar to look at, but I believe Easter's in March this year.
No, it can't be. It's in April every year. It's like the third. It's like the third Sunday, I think, of April. Something.
It's on a Thursday, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Thanksgiving. But
Who's got a
always
calendar?
in April.
Look on your calendar, guys. Tell me when Easter is in the chat room, please.
For the love of Jesus.
Yes. It's April what?
It's the first Sunday after the first full moon. Thank you.
Oh, that is real our Easter, or that is
March 27th is what I show.
Actually,
Sunday,
yeah,
March
March
27th.
27th.
like I said, Easter can move to what Esther is. So,
No,
yeah.
I want the Easter for the United States. Let's go with that one. That's March 27th. Okay, I knew it was in March this year. And it's in March this year because it's in March because this is leap year.
Ah, that's what did it.
Yes. Yeah, it makes a difference. Anyway, so yeah, we will have these rituals until the 31st of this month. That's what I was trying to get at.
Oh, vey.
Yeah.
Well, I want to move Easter till, I don't know, July.
I don't celebrate it, so I don't worry about it.
Next you're gonna tell me Christmas is supposed to be in September.
That's right.
I've got the documents to prove it.
Not the documents.
They got a
I want
private
the
joke going in the room there, Scott, with documents.
Yeah.
Instead of papers, please, it's documents. Bring them up.
Let me see your papers. Do you have the papers? I need the documents. Show me the documents.
Yeah.
We do it because of Alex Jones.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, and the documents that popped up in the chat. As always.
Yeah, as always. Okay, well,
Yes,
Scott,
Nanya. Yes.
what do you think are some of the solutions for us? We take all this anger and to turn it into something good. What was our good solutions?
Well, you have to start with yourself, of course. You have to commit yourself to really physical training and clearing of your mind and rigorous disciplining of yourself, a structured time of what you're doing in your daily lives, and with your self-commitment, then you have to commit with a 2 to 3 to 5 man team of people that you trust, that you're physically near, that you can get together and pray and talk and plot a lot of this information operation that you're to engage with, and then you target your targets for communicating, lobbying, and the main one should be your church. That should be the big tent that you're seeking to go under, take over, and draw people unto yourself. And don't just look for average people. Don't take anybody. Take only leaders. Keep it a very leadership-oriented operation, because parasites and downers and agents and provocateurs will be the first ones to try and sign up, and they're also the first ones you need to deny. But you need to build up your team and then begin a Bible study to discuss this sort of thing at your local churches, and give them the links to watch, such as your program here, and educate them, and really own your town by a 10-mile by 10-mile quadrant, and own all the churches in your town by a 10-mile quadrant, and create a team of dirty dozen, create David's mighty 300, right? 300 men instead of 30,000. And that's the core of any political revolution or social revolution, is a core group. It's not a big army, it's a small core group of very highly motivated, almost special operations personalities. And you're engaging the Catholic churches, the Protestant, Presbyterian, because if there's anybody on earth that we can trust and we want, it's got to be Christian leaders. And then with them, of course, you target your political institutions. You want to make the police your allies, not your enemies. So you have to do what they did up in Oregon. You roll up on the police. You roll up on the town leadership, the political leadership, the mayor and the board of directors of your town, and you roll up on them. And you have a team that organizes itself and calls itself, like Truth Unite. some sort of a ministry group or something that is concerned with the safety and the wholeness and the nourishing purity of your community, and you ally with your local firemen, police, town council, and of course you keep your eyes about you. You don't have any fellowship with darkness, and you identify who is dark, and you take them out with spiritual weapons of prayer and asking God's to engage, and asking, giving all glory to Him whenever things do engage. And that's a key. That is such a key principle, is giving God the glory, because if you don't, then pride cometh before the fall, and He'll hold back, and He won't be demonstrative, because we can't give it to our own talent or strength or brilliance. We have to give it all up to Him. And when we do that, when we watch for His action, when we watch and pray and give everything and everybody over to Him, and ask Him to give us the strength and the new ideas, He'll open up the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing upon us we cannot contain. So I would say, start with yourselves, then start with your teams. Beware, the enemies of a man are those of his own household. So you have to separate your family from your special operation team and make this a hobby. Make a hobby of gaining political influence and political control and communication. Communicate on the internet. Create opportunities to address and speak and analyze this, and do it from a Christian perspective. And if you pass the hat around to your Christian congregations, stand outside and put a flyer on everybody's car and say, watch this channel, watch this show, or meet on this Sunday or on this Wednesday and hear a debriefing. Be prepared to give a debriefing about what's going on in the world. And that's the thing. There are so few leaders in the Christian church that have the guts or the testicular fortitude to stand up and really call out the evil and the corruption that we see afflicting our kids and our families, from divorce to homosexuality to feminism to lesbianism to harmful environmentalism. There's a difference between being a good steward of God's creation and being a worshiper, idolatrous person of it. And not even to mention the refugee Syrian Middle East wars that we're engaged in. There's a lot of global events that Obama and Bush and the 9/11 crowd have put us on, and it's like our ship is going towards a whole sea full of icebergs. And we know what's going to happen. I mean, America is going to get shredded and torn up and, come apart at the seams. We as Christians will become brighter and saltier as that day comes. So I just say, be prepared to be salty and full of light.
Yep, I agree. And you're talking about within the leadership, not just because we need everybody to join us. We don't.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This is not a Christian only thing. In the military, when you're a drill sergeant, you are training Christians, Catholics, atheists, everybody. Everybody is standing on the line in uniform, but the common denominator is they are listening to you, and you're in charge of their development. You don't develop people in different ways. They all develop according to their talents, but your job is to hold them all accountable and discipline them all. And we as Christians are duty bound to spread the news, spread the light, and do it with gentleness and compassion, but firmness and fearlessness. And we don't make little truces or neutral zones with the ways of the devil and the corruption that we've seen. So yeah, go out and outreach to. I mean, it's good to get into. Like, for example, if you live in an area where you have mosques or Jehovah's Witnesses or anything like that, we understand they're on a different level relationship with God, but who's not against us is for us. So there may be inroads that you can make with them to that God may use to bring them to Himself. But we're living in some very interesting, chaotic times. That's for sure.
Strange bedfellows, they call it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just thinking while you were talking that we could form groups in every state, and those leadership groups would be in charge of getting all the bikers and the truckers and the people lined up, getting your hoedown set for.
Hootenanny.
Hopefully, we do it on the same day across the United States. And I think that we have to do it on a weekend because we don't want the government to feel like we're threatening them. And they're not there on the weekend.
That government employees take the day off on the weekends. They don't like working weekends.
Right.
So
I think that we do it on a weekend when they're not there, so we can't get it for threatening the government. And these capitals belong to us. We pay for them. It's we the people. We own them. So we have us a hoedown right on the steps of the Capitol. You find people like I identified here today, these representatives in your states that are for you. There are some in every state. We have to identify who they are and harvest them, bring them forward to speak and show them that we're going to back them. That's what they need to know, that we are going to back them.
Hey, Kathy.
I'm getting a phone call, and if I take it, it'll put me on hold.
I don't mean to derail the topic of conversation, but Clovis in our chat has just posted the Verizon outage map, and believe it or not, what you see on the screen now is not DirecTV. That's Verizon. Almost identical.
I'm getting another one here from Martha.
Stuart?
Yeah, no, Trowbridge, but I can't.
It's a good thing.
I can't take the call, and you can't pull her in anyway because she's not in your call list. But she sent me this. 5 FBI agents involved in the shooting death of domestic militant Robert Lavoy Finicum are now under investigation by the Justice Department.
Praise God, hallelujah.
I tell you, God is moving, and I know that God allowed this video to come out because He intends to use it to His glory. And we have to stay on that form of thinking.
Yeah, that's right.
Because if we try to think negatively at all about this, then God can't move, because remember I taught you last week, that's doubt. And God won't move in doubt. We have to keep the faith. And we have to understand that God's ways are not our ways. Lean not into our own understanding here, because He is doing this. He is heading this up. And here's the first thing that we're getting shown. Thank you, Martha. I hope you're listening.
Well, the problem is, like, people demand answers now, and when it comes to God, who are you to demand answers from the man who invented time?
Amen. You can't demand from God.
You work on His timetable, not the other way around, people.
Yeah. And you remember that in the car...
How did He build the world in 7 days? And I look at him and say, well, the man invented time and space, so to him, a day may be different in relativity than a day to you. Our calculation of a day is 24-hour rotation around the sun. He created the sun. So, yeah, there go. I'm smarter than you. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to send this over to you, Mike, and then I wanted to finish with my thought there that probably just went away. Oh, Lord. I hate this getting old stuff, I'll tell you.
Hey, I've been having that the last couple of days. I was deep in thought, explaining something, and I knew I had somewhere I was going with it, and by the time I got there, I forgot it.
Yeah.
Abusive.
Well, I just can't. Once I get interrupted, I'm done. And that's not for you trolls to do anything with either. Okay, so I think I posted this. Did it come up there?
Yeah, it came up.
Okay. And Scott, you can pick it out of there too, so you have it. She's saying that she's posting all this stuff right now as it's coming in. Anyway, if they are investigating those 5, I asked Sheriff Mack when he was on with us last week, will we ever know the names of those who were directly involved in the shooting of Lavoy? And he said, absolutely, we will. So we will. Oh, okay. They're telling me I was talking about the video. You're right. That video can only do good if we let it do good. It will only do bad if we let it do bad. So when we remain angry, we can't do anything good. It's kind of like going to bed when you're mad at your wife or your husband. You can't. Nothing good comes of that. You just lay in bed all night long stewing.
Angry sex.
Yeah, well, leave it to you, Rach.
Oh, you heard that.
I heard that. Anyway, so that's what we have to do. We have to turn all of this into good. We have to harvest all the good we can because we are honoring God when we do this.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what we want to do. We want to always honor God and be on the right side of God.
You know, Kathy, the thought that comes to me that I'm reminded of is when the Israelites were walking around the city, and I can't remember the name of the context and stuff, but they're walking around the city for 7 days, I think it was, and then they blasted their trumpets, and the walls came down. Jericho, the city of Jericho. And that wasn't because of the sound of their trumpets. It wasn't because they had a vibration or the walls were old and metalled and it just naturally came down. That was a miraculous, impossible changing of the laws of nature that God's hand did. But he did it only when the people were faithful. And they walked around and they did what defies all reason. But they appeared and they did what he said. They trumpeted out and the walls came down. We need to know that we can trumpet our prayers to God and say, we ask you very simply to smash and destroy all of these agents of wickedness and these wicked acts, from the Oregon murders to anything else that is coming against your people in this land of America. And he will do it. He will do it, maybe not our way, not in our time, but he will do it. Cast thy bread upon the waters, and it shall not return.
Yes, this is true.
Right. And you know, the other thing that was occurring to me, and where I was trying to go before, I forgot where I was going, was that in the car, all 3 of them that were left in the car after Lavoy got out, they were all crying out to God. And God answered that prayer for that day, and he's continuing to answer for them. And that's what this video is. It's another answer for them. Now, I wanted to ask you, Scott, have you finally heard anything from Victoria? Scott, are you with us? Did we lose Scott?
No, I still show him here.
Oh, he must be talking to somebody. Yeah, anyway, that's what I just really feel that this was an answer from God, this video, because the government didn't have to let this thing out. Nobody did. They could have took those phones and we would have never known about these videos.
Okay.
So, are you hearing what we were saying? Scott?
No, I just lost you for a second. Can you repeat the last 30 seconds?
Yeah, what I was saying, I remembered what I was going to say before. In the car, Victoria and Shauna and Ryan, they were crying out to God.
Yes.
And
yes.
They only said to God, help us. And I believe this video is still a part of an answer to that prayer.
Well, it's God saying, look at what, ask and ye shall receive, like one of your guests is wisely observing. Ask of me, and I shall do. Call upon me. Call upon the name of the Lord, and ye shall be saved.
Yeah.
Call upon the name of the Lord, and ye shall be saved. Is there anything too hard for me? The angel of the Lord encampeth around those who fear him. I have made, I will deliver. Those are not quaint sayings. They are not dusty sentences in an old book. They are the living God, and man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth from the mouth of God. Those promises made the universe. They made our humanity. They are our defense, our shield, our sword, our helmet. The Word of God is our entire being if we are born again, Christian, Christ indwelling in us believers. We are separate. Be ye separate. Be ye holy, for I am holy. And you're right. What happened to this young gal and Lavoy Finicum and all these people in this truck, God is using that in like a nuclear-sized firecracker without the fallout, but just the light, to show the world that he is active, that he is alive, that he spared these people. Because I think, Victoria Sharp is his child, and his angels were parrying those bullets. In a car that was shot up, shredded, turned into Swiss cheese, they couldn't touch them. They couldn't hit them. And they cut out the video for 5 minutes, right, the first time, to skip over the 5 minutes of shooting at this car.
That's right.
This is powerful. And they probably knew all along that this video was going to come out, and that's why they've pounced on these Oregon Bundy guys and everybody and made all these arrests to throw them into prison. Because God help them, if they were out, then it would be even a more explosive revolution. If Bundy and all those guys, I'm not saying they're brilliant George Pattons of strategic leadership, they are not. They screwed up a lot in this whole operation. They're human beings. They're cowboys. They're not necessarily military men. But if they were out, this thing would even be more explosive. As it is, I think it's our duty to really, really raise this up like prophets of God should be, and say, look what the Lord has done. Look what the Lord is doing. And he says to us, declare the works of the Lord.
Right. Yep. I think that God is using this in many different forms right now, but one of the things he really wants to see is who is for him and who is against him. And we are now in the valley of decision. This whole land is in the valley of decision. And we have to make up our minds now. Who are we going to serve? That's what we have to make up our minds to. And so that's part of our test to come through this. Do we stand or do we sit at home and complain? No, we're going to stand. Are we going to stand with guns? No. We're going to stand with the truth on the Capitol steps and have us a hoedown.
Hootenanny.
A hootenanny, there you go. Yeah, we could even do square dancing if we want. Whatever it is that we choose to do, that's what we will do. If each state can fight some...
everyone going fishing on that day, just no license fishing. Go out there, throw a line out, and if they come up and ask you, what are you doing? I'm hungry, I'm trying to feed myself. You can't violate natural law.
Well, you'd only want to do that if you were doing that by the numbers.
Yeah.
Because they will take you. They will take you. That's
DC being a large body of water, isn't it?
Yeah, you would want to do that in a large number of people. But anyway, I don't think that God... Listen, God never advocates that we break the law. Unless the unless the law is against God. Well, a license for fishing is not against God. Now, taking our guns, I believe that is against God, because he allows us defense of ourselves.
Of course, yep, you're right. I can.
Yeah. So there's a different, you have to have you have to think, use some common sense. There are some laws that God tells us to obey, but when those laws that man makes supersedes God's laws and brings oppression to God's people, no, then he says, let my people go, that's it. And I think we're coming to that. I think God is going to what? He's waiting to see what are we going to do? Are we just going to sit and take it? And do we want to be slaves to the system? Or are we finally going to start doing something here? And God, he says all the way through the word, if you take a step, God takes a step. But he waits for us first to take that step. We've got to stand. And we've got to do it in a nice manner, a firm manner, where they understand that trouble's a-coming. And we're not going to take it no more. I think, what was Aaron Russo, he put out a video before they killed him. And his video was called Mad as Hell. I ain't going to take it anymore. And he started
I'm mad as
spitting out
heck.
truth.
I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah. He started spitting out truth everywhere. And the truth got too real. And he got killed for it. So...
Well, you know, that's one of the things, though. Remember the Christians in the Roman Colosseum being eaten by lions.
Yes.
They weren't spared from the experience of being eaten by lions. We know if God suppressed their pain, if God gave them a miraculous, divine sort of experience, but they were eaten, you know, killed by lions in front of colosseums of people. How many people in that Colosseum watching fell to their knees like the jailer to Paul, saying, "What must I do to be saved?" Mm-hmm. For a human being to demonstrate fearlessness and embracing death simply as a transformation, as a door to pass through to enter into the mansion where Christ is waiting for us. That's what moves the lost to I mean, that's their moment of decision. What must I do to become saved? Or they run in the shadows, hide in the darkness, cry upon the rocks to fall on them.
Yeah.
And it's only
or you can look at it this way.
Where they got what? Oh, did they have Ryan? Did they arrest him? I don't know what they did. He shouldn't have got out.
I'm not turning over. I'm going into Dade County.
Well,
going into Grant County to see the sheriff.
Well, if we duck and you drive, what are they going to do? Try to knock us out? How much further we got to go?
We got about 50 miles.
Okay. Tell them to approach the vehicle.
Okay.
And Ryan's talking to him, right?
Okay.
Is he talking to him?
I can't tell.
I can't even see him except the guy behind the door that's got his gun on us. Say we have kids in here.
We hold each other. Okay, who can we call?
I don't have to. I call.
Here, turn that down.
Where's my
Hey,
phone?
boys, you better realize we got people on the way. You want a blood bath? It's going to be on your hand. We're going to go see the sheriff.
Call Joseph Rice.
This number.
Better understand how this thing's going to end.
What's the number?
I'm going to be laying down here on the ground with my blood on the street, or I'm going to go see the sheriff.
You don't have any?
We got people on route.
Yes, we do. Hold this. Hold
You're
this
wasting
camera.
your oxygen.
Hold this camera. Listen. Okay. Can't take pictures. Keep an eye on him. All right. Keep an eye on Lavoy.
Can you take pictures and still have it recording?
Okay, cool. Okay, no.
Okay, what's his number?
I'm looking just a minute.
You need to back down.
We don't have any service. We have no service here.
Start calling people. They did it because there's no service here.
Yeah, they got
They
it.
know there's no service here at
It should
all.
never have stopped. It should never have stopped.
I'm going to keep going.
Then we have to duck.
I know.
What are they gonna do with Ryan?
Okay?
If we take off,
You
are
can
they
get
gonna
Ryan back.
shoot your tires out?
Most likely.
Okay, Ryan Hammond.
Where's
Why did they pull you over?
There's no service here.
Just because.
Okay, you ready?
Well, where's where's the
I got
guns?
him stopped. He can't get around it. I'm going to go. You guys ready?
Get down.
Then you duck down. Give me that camera. Okay, give me this camera. Go.
The truck was stopped to arrest Finicum, Payne, Bundy, and Cox for federal felony charges based on criminal acts arising from the armed occupation of the Malheur County National Wildlife Refuge. The occupants of the truck knew that the Oregon State Police had appropriately identified themselves and told them to get out of the truck. They had been given both visible and audible commands to stop by law enforcement personnel who were appropriately attired and with appropriately marked police vehicles. At this point in the conversation, the video show that the occupants of the truck had an agreement to elude the police in a vehicle. Eluding the police in a vehicle is a Class C felony in the state of Oregon.
In the video, the truck now accelerates away from the initial stop. We have determined that Mr. Finicum was driving over 70 miles per hour as he approached the roadblock established by FBI HRT operators and the Oregon State Police at milepost 51, 1.5 miles from the initial stop. Please again direct your attention to the monitor.
Got it. The shooting? Got it. Keep going.
What about Ammon and those guys?
We can't get around him. I'm going to go get help.
Okay.
Stay down. Stay down.
I need to know so I can call as soon as I get service.
Wait up. Yeah, keep watching the phone so if you get any
I
service.
don't have
I
any.
can't even get Joe right.
Coming up fast.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, I don't know about numbers.
Well, I got numbers, but I can't call because we have no service.
Okay.
No, mobile network not available.
Do you have numbers for people here in town?
Yeah, but... Hang on!
Okay, because they're shooting.
Hang on!
Okay.
As Mr. Finicum rounded the curve in the road, he would have been able to see the roadblock, which was approximately 862 feet away, about the length of 3 football fields. Mr. Finicum continued driving over 70 miles per hour as he approached the roadblock. An Oregon State Police Special Weapons and Tactics van was following Mr. Finicum's truck at the same speed and was able to stop prior to the roadblock. Mr. Finicum continued to travel at speeds in excess of 50 miles per hour as an Oregon State Police trooper who was standing at the roadblock fired 3 shots into the truck in an attempt to stop it. This trooper was located by this law enforcement truck on the diagram. Mr. Finicum continues to drive towards the roadblock and veers off the road and hits a 3-foot-high snowbank and travels 105 feet before coming to a stop. As you will see, Mr. Finicum almost struck an FBI HRT operator. We are going to replay the first 2 shots as the second shot is difficult to hear. 2 of the 3 shots, the first and third shots, are distinct. The second shot is muffled due to the fact that it hit the engine compartment. Before we play the video, I want to point out the 3 shots that were fired at the pickup from the Oregon State Police trooper. The first shot is represented by this orange line and strikes the driver's side mirror. The second shot, represented by the red line, strikes in the approximate area of the engine compartment. The third shot, represented by the green line, strikes in the front area of the vehicle as well. When we play this video, we will loop the video here 3 times so you can hear the first and second shot. The first and second shot are close together. Please direct your attention to the monitor.
Hang on. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. Okay.
As Mr. Finicum exits his truck, 2 shots were fired, which we have determined were fired by an FBI HRT operator. Later in this conference, we will discuss both the circumstances of those shots and how we discovered them. Neither of these 2 shots hit Mr. Finicum.
Again, I am only dealing with shots fired by the Oregon State Troopers. Under Oregon law, Mr. Finicum was using his truck as a dangerous weapon. A dangerous weapon is defined as any weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance which, under the circumstances in which it is used, attempted to be used, or threatened to be used, is readily capable of causing death or serious physical injury. An Oregon officer is justified in using deadly physical force when it is necessary to defend the peace officer or another person from the use or threatened imminent use of deadly physical force. Any person is justified in using deadly physical force when they reasonably believe that another person is using or about to use unlawful deadly physical force. Deadly physical force means physical force that, under the circumstance in which it is used, is readily capable of causing death or serious physical injury. When Mr. Finicum drove his truck at a high rate of speed toward a roadblock where law enforcement were present, the Oregon State Police Trooper was reasonable in believing that Mr. Finicum planned to crash through or otherwise evade the roadblock. In doing so, he would do it in a manner that would injure or kill law enforcement at the roadblock. In this case, after interviewing the Oregon State Police Trooper, that is in fact what the officer who fired 3 shots into the truck believed. Under these circumstances, these 3 shots into Mr. Finicum's truck are justified.
Many of you have seen the social media photos of Mr. Finicum carrying a handgun on his left-hand side. The Oregon State Police Troopers had been briefed and were aware that Mr. Finicum carried a handgun on his left side. During the investigation of the scene, Major Incident Team investigators found a loaded 9mm handgun in the left-hand interior pocket of Mr. Finicum's jacket, as seen here in this orange circle, and it's also on these side monitors. Detectives recovered the 9mm loaded handgun from that interior pocket and were able to determine that the handgun was a gift from a relative to Mr. Finicum. We have selected this critical part of the footage, and we are now going to play it in slow motion. I will be pointing out key points in this footage. We're also going to show a transcript on the screen, and that depicts commands given by Oregon State Police as well as statements made by Mr. Finicum. This was during the attempt to arrest Mr. Finicum. I'll again refer you to the monitor, and we'll play the video. When you see this footage in real time, you will see that Mr. Finicum rapidly gets out of his truck. He is commanded to get on the ground. He does not comply with commands and get on the ground, and continues moving away from his truck. He is commanded a second time to get on the ground. Again, he does not comply and continues moving away. He reaches across his body with his right hand into his jacket towards the area where his gun was found. The Oregon State Police do not shoot. He lifts his hands. He looks down at his jacket and again reaches across his body with his right hand into his jacket towards the area where his gun was found. The Oregon State Police do not shoot. It is important to note that our investigation has determined that at this point, Mr. Finicum has not been shot with any lethal rounds or less lethal rounds. Again, he lifts his hands. Also note that the Oregon State Police trooper, who you see at the left side of this screen, right here in the photo, is armed with a taser and closing in to deploy it. He was attempting to take Mr. Finicum into custody with less lethal force after Mr. Finicum refused orders to get on the ground. Before that can happen, Mr. Finicum is ordered a third time to get on the ground. In the midst of that command, Mr. Finicum grabs his jacket with his left hand and again reaches with his right hand into the area of his jacket where his gun was found. At which time, the two Oregon State Police troopers behind Mr. Finicum, only one of whom you can see in the video, shoot a total of 3 shots, killing Mr. Finicum. Both of these Oregon State Police troopers stated to Major Incident Team investigators that they shot Mr. Finicum because they believed he was reaching for a handgun and was about to use deadly force against them and or the trooper armed with the taser. We have spent hours analyzing this video frame by frame. I would like to direct your attention to the monitor. Now here is the footage in real time. Excuse me.
Hang on.
Okay, they're shooting.
Hang on.
Okay, over here.
Go ahead and shoot me. Sit.
Trying to. Stay down, stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down.
Shoot me. You want to shoot me?
Yeah, are they shooting him?
Again, an Oregon officer is justified in using deadly physical force when it is necessary to defend the peace officer or another person from the use or threatened imminent use of deadly physical force. Any person is justified in using deadly physical force when they reasonably believe that another person is using or about to use unlawful deadly physical force against a person. 2 OSP troopers fired a total of 3 rounds, all of which hit Mr. Finicum. The Oregon State Medical Examiner's Office conducted the autopsy of Mr. Finicum and found that he was struck by 3 bullets in the torso, entering his back. The Major Incident Team has confirmed that these 3 bullets were fired by OSP troopers. The troopers knew that Mr. Finicum carried a weapon in his left side. Mr. Finicum was reaching for that loaded 9mm gun when the troopers lawfully used deadly physical force to protect themselves and others, including the trooper who was armed with a taser. Under Harney County's plan addressing use of deadly physical force protocol, my legal obligation is to review the evidence as it relates to the use of deadly physical force by the Oregon State Police troopers. I have concluded that all 6 shots fired by the Oregon State Police, the 3 into the truck, and the 3 that struck Mr. Finicum are justified.
As a part of the Major Incident Team investigation, Oregon State Police Crime Lab forensic scientists examined the truck driven by Mr. Finicum and found 4 distinct bullet holes, 3 of which we have already gone over with you. I'm going to refer you to this diagram. These are the 3 prior shots that we had discussed. This is the 4th shot that they found into the roof of the truck. In the early stages of the investigation, we could not explain the 4th shot into the roof of the truck or its trajectory, given the placement of the Oregon State Police troopers at the time. We had conclusive evidence that the Oregon State Police troopers fired 6 shots, the 3 that hit the truck and the 3 that hit Mr. Finicum. During the course of our investigation, we discovered evidence that an FBI HRT operator fired 2 shots as Mr. Finicum exited the truck, and 1 shot hit the truck. The footage from Ms. Cox's camera confirms this. Neither of these 2 shots fired by FBI HRT operators struck Mr. Finicum. The HRT operators were interviewed on the evening of January 26th and again on February 5th and 6th during the investigation by the Major Incident Team. Of particular concern to all of us is that the FBI HRT operators did not disclose their shots to our investigators, nor did they disclose specific actions they took after the shooting. The failure by HRT operators to disclose that they fired shots during this contact and actions they took after the shooting are the subject of an ongoing investigation by both the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office and the Inspector General of the United States Department of Justice. The Inspector General is a separate department of the Department of Justice responsible for investigating that they found into the roof of the truck. In the early stages of the investigation, we could not explain the 4th shot into the roof of the truck or its trajectory, given the placement of the Oregon State Police troopers at the time. We had conclusive evidence that the Oregon State Police troopers fired 6 shots, the 3 that hit the truck and the 3 that hit Mr. Finicum. During the course of our investigation, we discovered evidence that an FBI HRT operator fired 2 shots as Mr. Finicum exited the truck, and 1 shot hit the truck. The footage from Ms. Cox's camera confirms this. Neither of these 2 shots fired by FBI HRT operators struck Mr. Finicum. The HRT operators were interviewed on the evening of January 26th and again on February 5th and 6th during the investigation by the Major Incident Team. Of particular concern to all of us is that the FBI HRT operators did not disclose their shots to our investigators, nor did they disclose specific actions they took after the shooting. The failure by HRT operators to disclose that they fired shots during this contact and actions they took after the shooting are the subject of an ongoing investigation by both the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office and the Inspector General of the United States Department of Justice. The Inspector General is a separate department of the Department of Justice responsible for investigating misconduct by Department of Justice personnel. Immediately upon discovering evidence of the HRT operators' actions, we contacted United States Attorney Bill Williams on February 17th. On February 18th, in Bend, we thoroughly briefed Mr. Williams, who reviewed the evidence. He then contacted FBI Special Agent in Charge for the state of Oregon, Greg Bretzing, who came to Bend and was thoroughly briefed on the 19th. The Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Justice was notified the same day by the FBI. The very next day, Saturday, February 20th, a special agent of the Office of Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Justice and a team from the Inspections Division of the FBI flew from Washington, D.C. to Bend and were shown all of the evidence concerning the actions of the FBI HRT operators, including the actions of some operators during and after the shooting. We, the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the Office of the Inspector General consider this part of the incident an ongoing investigation.
Given that we have an ongoing investigation, we're going to try to be as transparent as possible. We're releasing all of the evidence that you've seen here today, including extended footage from after the shooting of Mr. Finnegan until the truck's occupants were taken into custody. We've also reviewed numerous police reports and photos that are not directly related to the ongoing investigation, which we will release today. We will not be releasing the names of any law enforcement officers involved in this matter due to concerns for their safety and the safety of their families. We will not be releasing evidence that is being used in the continuing investigation. We want to acknowledge the prompt response of U.S. Attorney Bill Williams, FBI Special Agent in Charge Greg Bretzing, the FBI's Inspection Division, and the Office of Inspector General. Additionally, I would like to publicly thank the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office and the Major Incident Team for their meticulous work in following the evidence wherever it led, without fear or favor.
Good morning. I'm Tim Colohan, Harney County District Attorney. Before we take any questions this morning, I want to be clear where the process goes from here. The investigation remains open and in the hands of the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. The Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Justice is now also investigating. We deserve to know that our law enforcement officers at the local, state, and federal level act appropriately within the scope of the law. We know without a doubt that the Oregon State Police troopers who shot Mr. Finnegan did so as they moved to protect themselves and their fellow officers from imminent harm. Mr. Finnegan repeatedly and knowingly made choices that put him, Robert Lavoy Finnegan, in this situation. It was not the outcome that any of us wanted, but one that he alone is responsible for.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Greg Bretzing, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the FBI in Oregon. On January 26, 2016, along Highway 395 in Harney County, Oregon State Police troopers and FBI agents put themselves in harm's way as part of an effort to bring the situation at the refuge to an end peacefully. I can assure you that no one, from the director of the FBI down to each and every employee who was working in Harney County, wanted this situation to end in violence or death. However, Mr. Finnegan chose to break the law. Mr. Finnegan chose to put other people's lives in danger, and, as the investigation shows, he chose to provoke a confrontation with law enforcement. As the sheriff and DA have shown, the threat Mr. Finnegan posed to OSP troopers and agents along Highway 395 on that day was real and imminent, and certainly justified the use of deadly force by law enforcement. As you have heard today, the investigation conducted by the Tri-County Major Incident Team determined that OSP troopers fired 3 shots at Mr. Finnegan's vehicle as it approached the law enforcement barricade at a high rate of speed, the vehicle nearly hitting a law enforcement officer. The team also determined OSP troopers fired 3 additional shots that struck and killed Mr. Finnegan as he reached for his weapon after exiting his vehicle. The county investigation further indicates that in between the 2 series of shots fired by OSP troopers, 1 and possibly 2 additional shots were fired by law enforcement as Mr. Finnegan was exiting his vehicle immediately after hitting the snowbank. As autopsy results confirm, Neither of these shots struck Mr. Finicum. The question of who fired these shots has not been resolved. Upon learning this, and given the presence of FBI agents on scene, I immediately contacted our inspection division, which in turn notified the United States Department of Justice, Office of Inspector General, which is currently investigating the matter. Because this is an ongoing investigation, it would be inappropriate for me or anyone else to speculate or comment further. But I can assure you the FBI is cooperating fully with the Office of Inspector General. Since January 2nd, the FBI has worked in partnership with Harney County and our law enforcement partners across the state to resolve the situation at the refuge. Since that time, hundreds and hundreds of FBI employees traveled to Burns with the sole purpose of bringing this situation to a peaceful conclusion. Working together with our partners, we have been able to do just that. The refuge is clear and will be reopening soon. People who once feared for their lives have returned home. Those who chose to break the law will have their day in court. Life is not yet completely normal, but we are on a path to reconciliation and recovery. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bill Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the District of Oregon. A separate independent investigation is being conducted by the Office of Inspector General for the United States Department of Justice in consultation with my office. This is obviously regarding the actions of the FBI hostage rescue team personnel. We will continue to work with state and local law enforcement as we review this matter. Because the investigation is ongoing, I do not want to prejudge or prejudice the outcome. Accordingly, I will not comment further until the investigation is fully concluded, and then you will hear from us. Thank you.
We have time for a few brief questions. Sir?
Could you just clarify, I know you won't get into details, but what is the question you're trying to answer with the HRT operators?
As Special Agent in Charge Bretzing mentioned, we don't know the identity of who fired those rounds, so it's an ongoing investigation. Those are some of the questions that we'll be answering during that investigation.
So who fired and why?
It's just to determine all the facts that are surrounding those shots. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any additional video from Shauna Cox that was not shown here?
I believe I'd have to defer, but I believe we showed most of Shauna Cox's video, and then that'll be released later as well. My partner, Mr. Norris, mentioned that is the video, and that'll be released later. It's difficult to tell as investigations play out because you never know how many interviews you're going to have to conduct, and you never know where the evidence will lead you. Sir?
Last, when the FBI released its aerial footage, we saw critics online a lot of them saying that it was manipulated. You're no doubt going to hear the same kind of things today after the video you just showed. What do you say to people who are going to no doubt or have in the past accused law enforcement authorities of manipulating images and videos to serve their own purpose?
I absolutely don't question any authenticity of any of these videos. On the initial FBI video, there were several witnesses that watched it play out live. And in our case of the video, we matched it up with Ms. Cox's video on several visual cues. And that was the overlay that you saw. Those were both the videos in raw form overlaid. Claire?
Sheriff Nelson, two of your agency's captains resigned or were arrested since this investigation began. Did that detract resources from the investigation or cause a distraction?
No, absolutely not. We have never missed a beat in delivering superior public safety and service, and this is no exception. Sir?
So you're not releasing the names of any of the officers in part because of concerns about their safety. Can you tell us at all if there have been general or specific threats, or what is the reason in this case
Yeah, I believe in the press package, Mr. Zeitz, you will see a collection of 70 or 80 very specific threats, including rewards offered by various militant groups for information leading to the killing of the police officers involved. That's our reason for not releasing it.
And is that being investigated separately, those threats?
To the extent they can be investigated, they are.
The FBI agents who are in question, do they remain on duty, or what is their status?
Well, first, we don't comment on personnel matters, and being that it's an ongoing investigation, we'll just have to defer that.
Wanda?
Yeah, is there a timeline of when names of those officers might be released?
I don't have a timeline about that. I'll tell you, as sheriff of this county, those officers have very real threats against them. I believe strongly that it is in the public interest to know which agency fired which shots, and I think that we have laid that out very well today in the investigation, but I don't believe the identities of law enforcement are in the public's interest to the extent that their safety is compromised.
Going back,
Go ahead, Les. Sorry, I'll get you in a minute, sir.
going back to the reports of hundreds of rounds being fired, do we have any count on the number of non-lethal rounds that were used?
I don't have an exact count at this time, Les. I'm sure that information's available in the investigation. Sir?
When it comes to the involvement of the FBI agents, is there a possibility when it comes to the cooperation piece and shots fired that any discipline or charges could be filed?
You always see where the investigation will take you. It's very early on, and we're not going to comment about any specifics about that investigation.
So in general, just kind of open-ended, anything's on the table?
Again, we'll just see where the investigation leads us, sir. Sir?
Just a clarification question. Could you clarify where the two officers were who fired the fatal shots? Was one of them the guy to the left that you said had the taser, and then another one?
No fatal rounds came from the OSP trooper, the Oregon State Police trooper that had the taser. He had a less lethal taser deployed.
So there were two others we couldn't see to the left?
Yes. Yeah, we can show you. This is an Oregon State Police trooper that fired, and then off video that you can't see was another Oregon State Police trooper behind Mr. Finnegan, and I can't tell you the specified location where he's at. Oh, and this is the Oregon State Police trooper that had the less lethal taser deployed. Ma'am, you had a question in. You had your hand raised?
How long did it take for medical personnel to be called and to arrive on the scene after?
In reading the reports, it appeared that you're going to see the video. It took some minutes for the other occupants of the truck to come out. You're going to have that video. My understanding is immediately after the last person, who I believe was Miss Cox, surrendered. At that point in time, medical aid was rendered to Mr. Finnegan and an ambulance was called.
Just for clarification,
Yes.
where again was he hit?
Can you put that video up for us? Those are the three shots where they entered Mr. Finnegan.
And do they, regarding, does the medical examiner have an opinion about whether they would have been instantly fatal, or would you have lived for any period of time after being shot?
I don't know if the medical examiner expressed an opinion. There was substantial damage, and it does not appear Mr. Finnegan was moving for a very long after he was hit by those weapons.
Sir?
Sometimes we hear an official declaration, suicide by officer. Did the medical examiner make that cause?
The medical examiner did not have this information when they made their determination. The medical examiner determined that it was a homicide.
Ma'am?
So you said that the third officer had a taser that was deployed, but did that taser come close to striking Finnegan?
No, he was out of range of the taser. He was moving in to be in range to deploy the taser. The taser was not deployed.
And what is the range of the taser?
I would have to get that information. I don't have that specific information at this time. It depends on the cartridge.
So this is obviously a sensitive operation. At what levels of either local law enforcement or at the FBI was there the green light to proceed with this tactical operation?
This operation, obviously, the intent was to arrest the leadership of the group that was occupying the refuge. And when that opportunity to arrest that leadership presented itself, the FBI, in consultation with the Oregon State Police and our partners, developed a plan and an operation in which to take them into custody. So the concept of the operation was approved by myself, but it was briefed both up through the Oregon State chain and through the federal government FBI chain. So they were aware of that at the highest levels at the FBI and also within the state of government, state of Oregon government.
How did the state police know that Finnecam had a weapon on the left side of his coat?
Well, the bottom line is through multiple pictures and interviews, as you guys know, they were not shy of cameras or in talking with the press, nor were they shy about hiding the arms in which they were carrying. On multiple occasions, Mr. Finnecam was observed wearing a shoulder holster on the left side where he carried a sidearm. That is obviously, when you have that kind of information, that is briefed to the operators who will be effecting the arrest. In this case, that was a brief both to the Oregon State troopers and to the FBI operators. Indeed, as you see, as the investigation determined, he did have a loaded handgun in the left side jacket pocket of his jacket.
And that shoulder holster, was that identified as the gun that was used, or was that a different gun that you identified?
I don't think we know that at this point.
Because there's quite different pistols that we've seen, Mr. Finnecam.
Yeah, they had a number of arms.
Were the officers in a position to actually see under the jacket, or was it the firing of the shot was based upon assumption of having prior knowledge of the placement of the gun?
I'm going to let the people who conduct the investigation handle that.
The officers knew that Mr. Finnecam had carried a gun on the left side of his body. Obviously, they don't have X-ray vision. They also are not required to allow someone to pull a gun before they're allowed to use deadly physical force. The law says they are allowed to respond to the imminent threat of deadly physical force. The officers, when they were interviewed, said that they knew he carried a gun on that side, they believed he was reaching for it, and they used deadly force.
Wanda?
Was there a concern ever about communicating with law enforcement officials in Grant County just because of the position of the sheriff there at some point, the occupiers?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you try and rephrase it?
Yeah, sure. So on that night of the arrest, I know that some law enforcement officials were called in. Was there ever a concern about sharing any kind of sensitive information about this operation with law enforcement officials in Grant County?
Anytime you have a sensitive law enforcement operation like that, you try and keep the information just to those that are taking action at the time. Ma'am?
There are other questions about the vehicle itself, and we see the diagram here, but do you have photos available of the truck?
I believe they are in the press package that you should be getting. If not, and there's specific questions, I believe those could be answered at this point.
Sir?
One of the things that, from the video, when we see the officer run to the side in the snowbank right before the truck comes in,
yes.
I've always wondered what he was doing. Are you able to explain?
Let me handle that one. So, as the investigation determined, as that vehicle that was driven by Mr. Finnecam came into view, it was traveling in excess of 70 miles per hour. The investigation officer determined that when it hit the snow, it was hitting the snow in excess of 50 miles an hour. If you're standing behind a vehicle and a multi-thousand-pound object is hurtling your direction, You do not want to be behind the car when that hits. So as that is coming, and this is happening in split-second time frame, he is flaring off to the right so as not to be behind that vehicle when it gets struck. As you also notice from the video, that it's at the last minute that Mr. Finicum swerves and hits the snowbank. So he's in the process of making the decision to get out of the way when he is nearly struck by the vehicle.
So, in talking about the investigation of the HRT operators, you said that your office is continuing the investigation, and now we have the Inspector General. Is it parallel or two? Are you looking at two different sets of laws? And help us understand who's doing what.
Right. Our investigation will deal with the local level, so Oregon state laws, and the Office of the Inspector General's investigation is at the federal level.
Well, clarify, does that mean that you will, as part of the investigation, consider whether the FBI agent's actions violated?
We will take a look at the justification for use of deadly force, just like we did in the local issue.
For those shots?
Yeah, for the Harney County issue. Sir?
I think you said that when Mr. Finicum stepped out of the vehicle, he was told to get on the ground. I'm wondering how continuously was that message given?
Can you bring up that transcript again? This is a transcript of those commands that were given and the statements made by Mr. Finicum.
Okay, so there couldn't have been confusion in his mind about that he was failing to comply.
That was one of the reasons we wanted you to hear Ms. Cox's video. Anyone else? Ma'am?
Mr. Finicum's family has said that they would like an independent investigation into this. Do you have anything to say to Finicum's family or to others who may be questioning?
Like with anything, of course, I'm saddened for their loss. Anytime you lose a loved one, it's not easy, regardless of accountability or actions. What I would say is I have absolute faith in the criminal justice system. I have absolute faith in the investigators and all of the public officials that worked on this case.
So the officer that was almost hit by the vehicle that jumped out of the way, did he fire any shots? Because it seemed like he would have been in a position.
You know, all we can share is what we've already shared, sir, that there were 2 rounds fired by the FBI HRT members, and that's what a continued investigation will help answer.
2 OSB officers. Was that an FBI agent that was getting out of the way?
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit lost in your question. It was an FBI HRT operator that was getting out of the way. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm going to have Sergeant Garrity give you some more administrative information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we conclude, I just want to give you some information regarding how you can get access to the information we are able to release at this time. We have approximately 25 DVDs with some of the information we've released during this presentation. I ask that that is 1 per media outlet. I know there's a few that are represented by more than 1 reporter. I'd ask that each outlet take 1. If we need to make more copies, we can make that available. Also, please watch our website, sheriff.deschutes.org, as well as flashalert.net for updates. And if you have any needs for information that we can help you with, please email us at sheriffpio@deschutes.org. Thank you very much.
We have to do so great with the military. So we're going to make our country so strong like it hasn't been maybe ever.
Multiple pictures and interviews, as you guys know. They were not shy of cameras or in talking with the press. I don't think we know that at this point.
They believed he was gun before they were allowed to use deadly.
Gun that was used, or was that a different gun that you identified?
Swerves and hits the snowbank. So he's in the process of making the decision to get out of the way when he is nearly struck by the vehicle.
In Honduras right now, it is also a battle for the future of Central America, which is the epicenter of extractive industries. So on the one hand, you have multinational corporations that are in Honduras to take over forests, mines, waters, indigenous lands, and intellectual property rights, which others call indigenous knowledge. And on the other hand, you have social movements which in Central America have been led by Gustavo Castro and by Berta Cáceres for the protection of these indigenous lands, for rights, and for participatory democracy.
Because this is International Women's Day, I want to end with the words of Berta Cáceres when she won the 2015 Goldman Environmental Prize.
Our Mother Earth, militarized, fenced in, poisoned, a place where basic rights are systematically violated, demands that we take action.
Again, that was the assassinated Honduran indigenous environmentalist, Berta Cáceres. And I also we will continue to cover what is happening to Gustavo Castro Soto. Though the Mexican ambassador tried to get him out of Honduras, he survived the assassination attempt on him, but he's been shot twice. The Honduran authorities are continuing to keep him. Bev Bell, thanks so much for joining us from New Mexico. And that does it for our broadcast. To see our full report on Berta Cáceres, you can go to democracynow.org. Democracy Now! Has 3 job openings. Go to democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us. This is Democracy Now!
And you are tuned in to KBOO Portland 90.7. The time is 5 o'clock. And so coming up tomorrow morning on KBOO at 7, it's Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman. At 8 on Wednesday Talk Radio, host Paul Rowland will talk with Beverly Bell on the assassination last week of Honduran indigenous and environmental activist Berta Cáceres, winner of the 2015 Goldman Environmental Prize. Bell is with the group Other Worlds, which has collaborated closely with the group Cáceres founded, the Civic Council of Popular and Indigenous Organizations of Honduras. And at 9 on Political Perspectives, experts express alarm at sudden warming in the Arctic. From the series Radio EcoShock with Alex Smith.
KBOO Community Radio is a proud co-sponsor of Smoldering Fires, produced by Passanart. The play runs from March 11th through April 10th at the Interstate Firehouse Cultural Center in Portland. Smoldering Fires explores how to apply the ideas and struggles of the civil rights movement to contemporary city life through the point of view of 2 young friends who differ in temperament and approach. Again, that's Smoldering Fires, March 11th through April 10th at the Interstate Firehouse Cultural Center, 5340 Northeast Interstate Avenue, Portland. More information can be found at kboo.fm on the right-hand side of the homepage under Community Events. KBOO Community Radio is a proud co-sponsor of the Lady Oi, produced by Imago Theater. The play runs from March 11th through the 27th at the Imago Theater in Portland. Set in a hospital in 1956, The Lady Oi is an erotic ghost story written by Yukio Mashima based on a 15th century Noh play. Again, that's The Lady Oi, March 11th through March 27th at the Imago Theater, 17 Southeast 8th Avenue in Portland. More information can be found at kboo.fm on the right-hand side of the homepage under Community Events.
You're listening to Feminist Current, making waves in the mainstream.
Let me clear space for you to sit beside me. You don't need your back against the wall.
You are listening to Feminist Current. I'm Megan Murphy. Why does women's history matter? It seems like a simple answer. Because we're here, we've contributed, because we're human. But there's more. Max Dashu has dedicated her life's work to recovering the truth about women's and indigenous histories. truths that have been omitted and erased from history books. Without that history, we don't know how we came to be in this colonialist, patriarchal system, and we don't know that there's potential for something different. March is Women's History Month in the United States, and March 8th is International Women's Day. As such, I spoke with Max, an artist, educator, and the founder of the Suppressed Histories Archives, about the importance of women's history and about her work. Here's that interview. To start, I wonder if you can just talk about how you first got interested in women's history and how you got involved in doing your work.
I was of the age before there was women's studies. So I was in college, and women's history was literally a joke. And I was taking classes, anthropology classes, and they're saying, well, there are these matrilineal societies, but that doesn't mean anything. Men have always dominated in all human societies. And I'm just going, matrilineal societies. And so, I began to pursue that. It was also the Vietnam War era, and I wound up just saying, okay, what am I doing in this ruling class college? Let me get out of here and give up the scholarship and go out and just do this on my own. Because I just really felt like it was important to have some other, basically now you would call it decolonizing knowledge, but just to dig through the cultural record and see what was out there. Are there any places where women have been free? Because I could see that a society I grew up in was not like that at all. And so I just began doing this research on my own, and I was reading everything that I could lay my hands on, which in 1969, 1970, there weren't that many books on women, anything. You go to the card catalog and it would be housewives, women, housewives, wives, marriage, stuff like that. Beauty, fashion, cooking. And so, that was, I began to really look into what I thought might be societies where there was a chance that women had a better deal. And so I started looking at Aboriginal societies, and in order to do that, I also had to know where the empires were, so it was really kind of an exhaustive survey that, has taken decades to really get my head around what all is out there. And in the process, I discovered that libraries organize information in very patriarchal and colonial ways. It's very linear, it's very rigid, and it's all divided. So the information I wanted was all chopped up, little pieces here under technology for weaving, little pieces over there, big pieces in anthropology. And when you're looking for indigenous history, you're finding it more listed under ethnography. You're not finding it on the history shelves. That's changed to some extent, but that's, that was a pattern, and that continues to be a pattern. Mm-hmm. And so it was all about how all of these chunks that I was finding could be woven back together.
So why has women's history and indigenous history been erased from, recorded history books, the history section? Mm-hmm. How did that happen?
There are multiple causes for that. Number one, elite men are writers of history, and they're done primarily for dynastic or, political power reasons. And so that's a big part of it. But it's also about the gatekeepers of knowledge and their hostility or their disinterest or their ideological distortion of the information they had. And how much of that gets through. I can't tell you how many times I've read an account about a particular society, and there was nothing about an important female sphere of power or a very crucial female figure. And then later on I'd get a little piece. And even that little piece would not contain the whole story. And so you'd have to just keep looking, and eventually it would emerge. A really good example of that was I was looking at Central Asia. And in the Turkic and Mongolian societies, there are very strong traditions of female shamans. And so that's a significant female sphere of power, even though we're looking at patrilineal societies. And so I thought, wow, I'm going to get my hands. There was something called The Secret History of the Mongols. And I said, I got to read that because I know that's going to have some stuff in it. Look at that title. There was nothing. There was absolutely zero. Decades roll by, and then Jack Weatherford comes out with a book called The Secret History of the Mongol Queens. And he actually documents how these portions, there were really important political roles played by Mongolian women, but they were deliberately excised after the time of Genghis Khan, whose daughters were really major figures. and were taken out by the Mongolian elite men. And so you have all these kinds of silences and censorships and omissions and just really torquing interpretation of what we're looking at, which can really throw things off too. For example, calling the female icons of ancient times fertility idols or dancing girls or concubines. There's all kinds of assumptions packed into these kinds of labels. And for the most part, people tend to receive those, they're all around us, like the sea that we're swimming in. They receive those labels as reflective of reality when they really are much more ideological and political.
And, this is probably obvious to us, but perhaps not to everyone. But why is it important that we recover these histories?
For a variety of reasons. I mean, the dynastic historians understood how important the historical record is to leverage agendas. And I think that, when I was growing up, certainly the way we were taught about women really inculcates values and behaviors and all kinds of actual social institutions that people tend to take for granted. They become unconscious background. And it's very demoralizing for women and girls, to have this absence of ourselves, anything that reflects who we are. And we see these very restrained and narrow and tight versions of femininity. They're being shot at us. We've got the mass media doing that to a degree even worse than anything before. And so they're measuring themselves against that, and they're feeling strange or weird if that doesn't correspond to how they feel, who they are, what their reality is. So if you have a history that says, well, wait a minute, there were these really powerful women who led revolts against colonial rule, that makes things look very different. It's not all male warriors all of a sudden. You can start to see the really courageous part that women often have played in standing up against conquest or, in resisting patriarchy. The female rebels and mavericks who were reviled many times in their own societies, but some of them managed to get over the top and actually succeed in whatever it was, whatever they were doing. And so if we don't have that information, it circumscribes our view of what's possible for us. And it also underlays a whole political narrative about who humans are, who women are, what society is like, has to be like, has always been like. And if you believe that society has always been based on domination, and whether that's patriarchy or, Anglo conquest or settler society or whatever, class systems, those are all interlocking. That's a whole other subject. But, if you're given this description of reality that makes that seem inevitable, how exactly are you going to fight against it? You become demoralized and you're just feeling like you're dragging the stone up the mountain without allies, without a sense of some kind of collective female or human solidarity that is based in a shared past. And this is why all liberation movements, I don't care if you're talking about the Rastafarians or who you're talking about, the Garveyites, need a history that shows them something about their reality, not the reality that's been imposed on them, the slaveholders or, the churchmen who are like, well, females are by the order of nature subordinated to males. They give us all of these very intense teachings is the wrong word, but doctrines, I guess, dogmas, that train us into feeling like there's nothing that can be done. And the other thing about history is you can learn from it. You can learn from how those things are carried out. You can learn about how divide and conquer works. And I think as women, it's really important for us to understand things like the witch hunts and the ways that women have been trained to collude and collaborate with male domination, the structures of male domination, to enforce them, to socialize daughters into them. And sometimes this is done because mothers they're afraid of the female punishments that are doled out for not conforming. So it's very complex, all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to be able to start to get our minds around all of that complexity and the interrelationship of oppressions. In 1970, when I was starting, there was just this very polarized view of women's liberation versus all the various national or ethnic liberation struggles, or even the class struggles. Lots of shooting back and forth. Is it going to be women or is it going to be blacks? Is it going to be class or is it going to be the bourgeois feminists? All these framings at that time, or spiritual versus political, something that's really, we've made a lot of progress on that because people are starting to see how resistance can be integrated with the spiritual, as in idle no more, as in a lot of things that, demonstrations where people are drumming and singing and carrying masks. So it's useful for us to know that background and also to understand some of these interrelationships and to have that awareness as a way that we can then fight back against people who are saying, oh, we only have to look at this one thing, or, that issue's not important, without seeing, in the case of women's oppression, how deeply it underlies capitalism, empire, all of these things.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the witch hunts, and I wonder if you can talk about that a little bit. How did they play into, female subordination, male domination, and, what's the actual history of witch hunts? I take it that they've been recorded and interpreted in history books inaccurately.
Inaccurately and to a large extent omitted. There's really very little in most general histories that go into this in any depth whatsoever. And then a lot of the books about it also, again, you've got these ideological templates. You've got respected historians saying, well, the witch hunts weren't gendered. Hello? Or saying things like, well, they were just senile old women who were saying things that they believed about the devil without acknowledging that they were tortured. We're talking about torture trials. And so these women were actually, in a very political use of culture, being forced to parrot back pornographic demonologies. Painful sex with devils, rape by devils. The whole theme of black devils gets sewed in there as well. And so there's another interrelationship. But witch hunts, we have several different strands going on. One is straight up subordination of females. It's a policing and a terror campaign against women. Obey and conform or else, and anyone who didn't, who was loud, who talked back to her husband, who went out in the forest and was partying with her girls out there drinking beer in Scotland, could be denounced, oh, what were they doing out there in the woods, And so you have this very repressive culture-wide smackdown of women. So that's one part of it. Another part of it is there are all these themes out of the old pagan cultures of Europe that come through in the witch hunt trial transcripts. And so then you've got all these themes of woman as priestess, as healer, as diviner. And there were actually women caught up in the hunts that answered to those roles. They were not the majority at the period of the mass hunts, and that point has been made many times. But in fact, there were cases where women were engaged in divination. A lot of the Italian scholars especially have documented cases of healers and even counselors who were dealing with battered women or deserted women who wanted remedies, for their political situation. And so there's a lot of that aspect to it. And this goes to what I would call the internal colonization of Europe. I think we cannot underestimate the degree to which European culture was transformed by Romanization, by Christianization, and then this gradual buildup of a repression of folk religion, and especially women's role inside of that, and the larger project of just smacking women down and making the society more male-dominated. And all of those things, all those strands figure in. And you've got different takes on that, different flavors of the repression depending on the region you're looking at in its particular history. But it comes to the point of what I call the terror, the burning times, and patterns of persecution. So you've got women, you've got elders, old women especially, as a target. The poor, common folk, gays or trans or whoever, lesbians, wise women, and then all of this, not just the burnings, but searching for witch marks, which were basically rapes, of being stripped and manhandled by dungeon masters or witch hunters and poked in their privates looking for witches, devil's marks or, tags on their bodies. And you have witches' bridles, and this really speaks to the silencing. They're also called scold's bridles or the branks. And so it's a time that the burnings that were going on in Europe. You also have other kinds of ritual humiliations of women where their hands would be immobilized and they'd be marched through the streets of Germany with animal masks with horns or asses' ears. They would be thrown into ducking chairs and immersed into canals that were full of sewage and half drowned, or maybe sometimes actually drowned. There's just this whole massive onslaught of repression that was brought to bear, especially after the Middle Ages, but beginning in the Middle Ages, and fines and physical attacks with knives. It was believed in Britain that if you scored a witch, if you drew blood, it would break her spell over you. And so you had men going after women, slashing their faces. And you have lynchings and exiles and women not able to live in the village anymore and becoming homeless. And all of these different things. It's not just burning at the stake. And so all of this, the important thing about this as a bridge issue is that not only is this patriarchal, but there is a way in which the witch hunts and the torture trials and the burnings forged an ideology of domination around this whole concept, demonology, of the idea that other religions are devil worshippers, and this became a template for colonization in the Americas and the Philippines and Africa and all these other places. So it all ties together. There's even a case of a Basque bishop who, I guess he was a witch hunter in the Basque country of Spain, Zumarraga, and he burns women at the stake as witches in Spain. And then he goes to Mexico and becomes appointed as the bishop of Mexico City. And there he's burning at the stake Aztecs for devil worship. So there are even direct connections like that. And you could probably count the Salem witch hunts in that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very deep history of interrelated oppressions. And also there is, under all of this, there is a commonality in that folk religion with Europe to the rest of the world, something that gets lost sight of a lot, because they, in fact, did have drums, and they even had sweat lodges, the Tachan Alish of the Irish, the Bojina of the Russians, the sauna of the Finns. And these were places of ritual. Redrawing those connections, I think, is really important, because when we look at the issues, the New Age cultural appropriations that go on, if we don't have our own, those of us who are of European descent, if we don't have our own authentic place to stand, then there will be appropriation. You have to have some sense of your own roots. And, to find something positive in those roots, not only the very important responsibility we have to face up to the terrible wrongs of the settler conquest.
You wrote about how valuable the overlooked testimony of indigenous oral tradition is, and how, in your words, such an investigation also takes in how codes of domination and subordination become embedded into culture. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about how, the suppression of women's history connects to the suppression of indigenous oral histories and the impact of that.
Well, the suppression of indigenous oral histories is in itself a suppression of women's histories right there. I mean, not only women's histories, but that is one of the richest sources that I've seen, in reading all these books and looking for stories about women who were important movers and shakers, or even just patterns of entire collectivities within cultures, of the builders and the clan mothers and all the biochemical technologies invented by women. I mean, there's some of this you don't necessarily have individual names. It's more about what groups of women do and the degree of economic importance or even centrality they have in Aboriginal cultures. So that's a whole part of it. And, you know, in being able to track back those Aboriginal orature is a word that's come up a lot. You know, there's literature, and so then there's orature is the oral tradition or the oral history. And, you know, it's not done the way that European history is done, you know, in academia especially, but it's something that carries testimony about past and ancestors and foundations and meanings. And so it's really full of amazing stories about women who were, for example, if you go into Zimbabwe, the Goba people have oral histories about a priestess or a shaman, really, named Kasamba, who founded a sanctuary at Njami Hill. And so she was like this foundational figure, and there's numbers of these in Zimbabwe and Shona tradition of oracular women who found sanctuaries, and so it's very much tied to the land. You know, as the Australian Aboriginals would say, you know, it's coming out of country and relationship to country. And so she not only founds this as a spiritual and as a cultural institution, but it also becomes an important political force. And so for male chiefs to get approval from these priestesses for their authority, you know, there's all this jockeying back and forth, and you even have an episode where a conqueror takes over the shrine and boots out the priestesses. And after a while, he goes down in flames, and the whole thing kind of reconfigures itself and reconstitutes itself. And so you have a continuity that was not so easy to defeat. I think a lot of us, in trying to theorize about this, I know I did at the early days, it seemed like, well, once patriarchy took over, you know, it seemed like it was one process that happened and then it was done. And then, boom, you were patriarchal. But there's a lot more back and forth and a lot more resistance and a lot more resilience than that idea holds out to us. That's an example of the kind of information you can get out of the indigenous histories. And there are a lot of others that we could go on about that. But I think that women's history has to be reconceived in a decolonizing way, because, you know, a lot of people think about women's history as Queen Elizabeth I, oh, powerful women, rah-rah, Susan B. Anthony, and they don't really understand all. I mean, we have to have like this multi-level understanding, because Queen Elizabeth did a lot of bad things for women. I mean, some laws passed in her reign helped accelerate the witch hunts in Britain. And, of course, she was also a major colonial figure. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I think there's been this tendency of looking for great women, and that's why I like to emphasize the collective aspect of it. And also, the other thing about the indigenous orature is that sometimes it also tells us about the onset of patriarchy, you know, the intrusion of male control over spheres that were previously founded by women. And you'll find examples of that in, say, Aztec history, where you've got the Cihuacuatl, meaning the serpent woman.
For a
this
long
is the
time.
title of a political
I'm seeing a lot of that now, because
and so this
I'm on the YouTube
the name tells us that it's
doing what I used to do on my station, I guess. I don't know.
Things are looking good. I just wanted to let you know that. But you know,
I tried.
Oh, the days. The stories we could talk about. But because I ended up going down to New Zealand for a year, actually. That was really interesting. I should share my stories with you someday. But anyway, you know, although some of us walk away, you know what I think's funny, the biggest funny, Hawk, I'll never forget when I entered your first round table, and I was just coming into realizing what was going on in the world at that time. And now we're sitting back, and, I mean, Hawk, it hasn't been that long. Things have escalated to a point where it is chaos. I don't know if these I don't want to use bad terminology on the radio because I've learned good lessons, but I'm just going to say it because we're all human. These pricks in charge have really lost the plot. Totally.
It seems like everybody's lost their mind. Terry, you keep making...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Terry.
Hi, Grandcat. It's Lady Horse.
Hey. Oh, Lady Horse, hi.
I'm still hanging here. I've been here forever.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. But you know, we have to do something. I was talking with some friends over in London, you know, and I got friends down in New Zealand now. And I had one of them ask me a very good question. He said, Kat, do you think the Marys, which that's what some of them call us, short for Americans, he says, do you think the Marys will pull together when shit hits the fan again? And I was like, ooh, that is a good question. As I see it, because I was around shortly after Kennedy was shot, and I kind of remember little bits and tidpieces through time about, I mean, in my generation, we were around when we still had box cell phones and Apple and who was it? IBM was about the only computers you could buy. You know, I think, I hate to say this, but I think the system that is in place right now and that has been manipulated by the greediest people I've ever experienced, I think there's only one way, and that is to really, I think the whole system needs to be dissolved, you know, because what is it? There was a college that went back and researched how many laws we actually had. They did the research for 3 years. They still couldn't find the end of the list of the laws to even tell you how many there were. So, I mean, I think we've really outdid ourselves. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Everybody feels the same as you do. We all kind of feel the same, but the call to action is the next thing we're going to do. I'm going to do a show tomorrow called Call to Action, and it's going to be an open line kind of thing, in which we can all kind of discuss, what the hell are we gonna do?
Yeah, right.
So,
before the bill really come.
Yeah, Jerry, what's up?
Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired. I'm gonna go ahead and take off. I appreciate you taking my call. I'll send in a few bucks to help you with the expenses. I know it costs a lot of money to run the station.
All right, thanks much. Yeah, I'm getting a little exhausted myself. I need to start winding out of this, guys.
Night, Jerry.
Good night, all. Take care.
Good night.
I'd like to say something about, this is 229, Dave in South Georgia.
Go ahead.
I'm proud of the state of Georgia and Florida and Tennessee because they want to have a constitutional convention. And now, listening to, I can't remember the lady's name that has the constitutional thing on the radio, Chris Ann Hall, I believe. She has some very good information, and the information is correct. One of the ways we can get back is to go back to our states, because we, as a nation, are a conglomerate of our states. And I applaud the state of Georgia.
Hey, may I interject in this?
Go ahead.
All right, so the last time we had a constitutional convention, and it's been a long time, 1800s, the only thing that was changed in that constitutional convention was a variation on one of the bills. I can't remember which one. But it allowed lawyers to hold office. In the original Constitution, before that constitutional convention, lawyers were not allowed to hold office in the United States. So let's think about constitutional conventions a little bit, simply because if we hold a constitutional convention, unless there is some kind of control, imagine Bernie Sanders being in control of a constitutional convention, or Barack Obama, or anybody running. I don't even care. Rubio, Cruz, all of them. Imagine a constitutional convention in which you have any dynamic power. That's the reason I'm not really into the whole constitutional convention idea.
Well, this is my simple point about this, and that is that people at the state level are aware of what's going on, and that's my main point about this. We as a grassroots, as people of this land, that's a good place to start. We're having county elections. One of the things I'm looking into, which of our sheriffs are constitutional. Same thing with my representatives. Are you constitutional? Do you even know what it means? And if they don't, then that right there tells me I need to find another candidate. Either that, or I need to inform this person, one way or the other.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was watching a cop block video yesterday in which some cop was harassing some other dude, and he goes, "What are you, some kind of constitutionalist or something?"
Exactly. And there's a lot of that going on around, and I see it, but I'm proud to say that at least down here in southwest Georgia, I was in town the other day, and there was a gentleman that had a sidearm on in a public place. Not one person batted an eye. Nobody freaked out. Nobody ran for the doors. There was little old ladies in there. There were children in there. Nobody freaked out because he had a sidearm on. And I was like, "Thank you, man." I went over his hand.
Well, yeah, nobody isn't an idiot. But anyway, I don't know. That's all I got to say about that.
Anyway,
listen, folks, it's getting really late. I'm getting really tired, and I got a massive headache, and I've been really upset all day. I want to come back to this exact conversation tomorrow, but I need to drop out of here.
I'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, Hawk, good talking to you.
Hey, no problem. I've basically been on air since 4:00 this afternoon. It's 12:03. My brain hurts and my head hurts. So thanks much, folks.
Thank you, Hawk. Catch you soon.
All right, peace out. Thanks so much, folks. All right, I'm going to run this. I've already ran it once today. I'm going to rerun it. When the police did their press conference today, they didn't run the whole thing. Very clearly. They did not run the whole thing. The press would have had much more driving questions. The Oregonian was the only responsible news source that released the entire Shauna Cox video, or at least the entire Shauna Cox video that they gave him. There's obviously a lot missing at the end and a lot missing at the beginning, as in when Ryan Payne got out of the truck, when they shot at the rearview mirror, all that kind of stuff. That's all missing, of course. Anyway, you know, that's easy to just chop off, but it made it a little harder for him to chop some stuff off. There was very clear lies, misconceptions, or what would be the word? It's not even misconception. Misguiding, as they were guiding you. There was a couple of points that sounded like, you know, somebody was trying to hypnotize you. And they did not shoot. They did this and they did not shoot. He kept reaching for that and they did not shoot. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick. I mean, it was ridiculous. So I'm going to run that, but the lines are open if you want to call in the meantime. I'm going to run this. I'm going to run the other thing. And then I'm going to go all the way back to my original drone footage assessment, in which I'm going to correct some stuff that I said on that original, because it was the day after it came out. I found a lot of mistakes I made and a lot of stuff I literally missed. So off we go.
This operation, obviously, what the intent was to arrest the leadership of the group that was occupying the refuge. And when that opportunity to arrest that leadership presented itself,
I'm going to go back to the beginning of this, so just bear with me a minute.
Partners,
You get this whole thing. All right, we're going to start back from the... All right, here come the Rockettes. The Rockettes have all come out, and there you go. Gigi, Boxer, Kiki Legs, Kiki, Catnap.
How's that? I hear it myself now. Okay. I'd like to welcome you to this press conference. The scope of this press conference is to update the public regarding the ongoing investigation into the officer-involved shooting which occurred on January 26th in Harney County. Before we begin, I would like to provide a few expectations. First, due to the fact we are located within a secure law enforcement facility, we cannot allow unescorted access. Two, we would ask that you hold your questions to the end of the press conference. There will be some time at the end of the press conference for a few questions. Three, please refrain from disrupting any of the speakers or the press conference. Any disruptions will receive one warning, and any further disruptions you'll be escorted out of the room and off the property. We don't anticipate any issues, and we thank you for your cooperation. During this press conference, you will see quite a bit of information. We will make this available, and I will provide information at the conclusion of the press conference on how you can receive the information. Again, we're very appreciative of your understanding and cooperation. At this time, I'd like to now introduce Sheriff Nelson.
Can everyone hear this all right? Good morning. I'm Shane Nelson, the Deschutes County Sheriff. With me are Harney County District Attorney Tim Colahan and Malheur County's District Attorney Dan Norris, who is leading the investigation of the officer-involved shooting of Robert Lavoy Finicum on January 26, 2016, under Harney County's plan addressing use of deadly force, enacted under ORS 181A.775 to 815. We are here to present the results of the investigation as we know them today. Also here are United States Attorney Bill Williams, Special Agent in charge for Oregon, FBI, Greg Bretzing, Special Agent in charge Michael Tompkins of the United States Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General.
Hey, all that guy needs is a
We
red.
ask that you hold your questions until the end of this presentation.
All that one guy needed was a red and
The
white
Deschutes
stripe.
County Sheriff's Office was
Where's
contacted by
Lavoy?
the Oregon State Police to conduct an independent and impartial investigation of the use of deadly force. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office then reached out to members of our Central Oregon Tri-County Major Incident Team for investigative resources. Detectives responded from the City of Bend Police, City of Redmond Police, Oregon State Police, and forensic scientists from the Oregon State Police Crime Lab. What you will see today is the FBI video, which I'm sure most of you have already seen. You will also hear the events of January 26th, which were recorded on the camera of Shauna Cox, an occupant in Mr. Finicum's truck at the time of the shooting. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office has synchronized the FBI video and the Cox audio video by matching significant visual cues in both videos. We have considered this video footage along with statements given by the Oregon State Police troopers and the FBI hostage rescue team operators, the interviews given by Shauna Cox, Victoria Sharp, and Ryan Bundy, the physical evidence, and the crime scene reconstruction by the major incident team investigators. We have presented the investigation to Malheur County District Attorney Dan Norris so he could review the actions of the Oregon State Police troopers under applicable Oregon law governing the use of deadly force. We have determined that 8 shots were fired on that day, 6 of which have been attributed to the Oregon State Police, including the 3 shots that resulted in the death of Mr. Finicum, and 2 shots which were fired by the FBI HRT operators. You have heard a statement from Shauna Cox that, quote, hundreds of bullets, unquote, were fired at the truck. And from Victoria Sharp that, quote, as many as 100 bullets were fired at the truck, unquote. After Mr. Finicum was shot, numerous gas projectiles and flashbangs were deployed to get the remaining occupants of the truck, Ryan Bundy, Shauna Cox, and Victoria Sharp, to surrender peacefully. But again, only 8 shots were fired.
Good morning. I'm Dan Norris, the District Attorney from Malheur County. The 6 fired by the Oregon State.
I already ran this once today. There's no need for me to continue to run this again, except for, I'm just looking for lies. But, the whole point of this show is if you got something to say, to call in 702-605-4277, or you can call our Skype. They're both on the video. I've already ran this today. It's in the archive of our videos. This is not the point of the show. I just don't want to sit here twiddling my thumbs in silence waiting for somebody to call. So, you got something to say. Let's hear it.
Were justified and in fact necessary.
Son of a bitch.
My legal obligation under Oregon law is to review the 6 shots fired by the Oregon State Police. The Inspector General of the United States Department of Justice
We'll review actions taken by the HRT operators. Throughout this presentation, we will be stopping the audio-video at specified points to supplement what you are seeing with information gathered during the course of the investigation, and to give you the laws which apply to those actions. Prior to Ms. Cox's reporting, the 2 vehicles carrying members of the unlawful armed occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge were stopped to arrest those members for federal felony charges based on the criminal acts arising from that unlawful occupation. The occupants of the first vehicle cooperated with the Oregon State Police and were arrested without incident. The occupation leader, Mr. Ammon Bundy, as well as Brian Cavalier and Mark McConnell, were in this vehicle. Mr. Finicum was driving the second vehicle. In Mr. Finicum's truck were Ryan Bundy, Ryan Payne, Shauna Cox, and Victoria Sharp. None of them complied with commands from the Oregon State Police to cooperate with the arrest process. The Oregon State Police fired 1 less lethal OC round at the truck to gain compliance. Mr. Payne then complied with commands from Oregon State Police troopers, got out of Mr. Finicum's truck, and was arrested on federal charges. At that time, Ms. Cox turned on her camera and began recording. This video footage became valuable to the investigators of the major incident team. I want to now direct your attention to the monitor.
Shoot me! Just shoot me! I'm going to meet the sheriff. The sheriff is waiting for us. So you do as you damn well please. But I'm not going anywhere. Here I am, right there. Right there, put a bullet through it. You understand? I'm going to meet the sheriff. Back down and you get him out. Go ahead, put the bullet through me. I don't care.
Where's Ryan?
I'm going to go meet the sheriff. You do as you damn well please.
What for?
Well, I'm going to ask them if they want to get out.
What for? Why are we
They
getting
want
out?
out?
What for? What are we getting
Who
out?
are you? Yeah, who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Oregon State Police.
Okay, well, I'm going over to meet the sheriff in Grand County. You'll come along with us. We'll talk with us over there. You can go ahead and shoot me. Put the laser right there, put the bullet through the head. Hey, boys, it's going to get real. You want my blood on your hands? Get it done, because we got people to see and places to go. Where I go? You need to back off. You need to back off.
Where the heck is Ammon?
Didn't never stop.
Did Ammon?
Where's your oxygen, son?
Where did they go? Did they have Ryan today?
I'm not turning over. I'm going into Dade County. I'm going into Grand County to the sheriff.
Well, we duck, and you drive. What are they gonna do, try to knock us out? How much further we gotta go?
We got about 50 half miles.
Tell them to approach the vehicle.
Okay.
Now, Ryan's talking to him, right?
Okay. Is he talking to him? I can't tell.
I can't even see him, except the guy behind the door that's got his gun on us. So we have kids in here.
Hey, who can we call?
I told.
Turn that down.
Where's my phone?
You better realize, you got people on the way. You want a bread basket, it's going to be on your hand. We're going to go see the sheriff.
Call Joseph Rice.
They're understanding things going to end. We'll be laying down here on the ground with my blood on the street, or I'm going to go see the sheriff.
Don't have any.
We got people on route.
Yes, we do. Hold this.
You're wasting your oxygen.
Hold this camera. Listen. Okay. Can't take pictures. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on Lavoy. Can you take pictures and still have it recording? Okay.
What's his number? You need to back down.
We have no service here.
Yeah, they got it.
There's no service here at all.
Never have stopped. Should never have stopped. I'm going to keep going.
Then we're gonna have to duck.
I know.
We're gonna get Ryan. If we take off. You get Ryan back. Shoot your tires out.
That's what it is.
Ryan Hammond.
Where's
Everybody pull you over. There's no service here.
because, are you ready? Well, where's the guns?
Stop. You can't get around. I'm gonna go.
Get down.
And you duck camera. Give me that camera. Okay, give me the camera. Go.
The truck was stopped to arrest Finicum, Payne, Bundy, and Cox for federal felony charges based on criminal acts arising from the armed occupation of the Malheur County National Library.
All right, all you video analysts, take the pullover video, match it up with Shauna Cox's video, and let's see how much video they cut out of the overhead video, because when they had that car stopped, it didn't look like that truck sat there as long as Lavoy was hanging out the window talking. And I noticed they also cut that video off before Ryan Payne dove out the door after taking a shot at his hand. So, where's that part of the video?
The occupants of the truck knew that the Oregon State Police had appropriately identified themselves and told them to get out of the truck. They had been given both visible and audible commands to stop by law enforcement personnel who were appropriately attired and with appropriately marked police vehicles. At this point in the conversation, the videos show that the occupants of the truck had an agreement to elude the police in a vehicle. Eluding the police in a vehicle is a Class C felony in the state of Oregon.
All right, I'm going to pause their bullshit narrative for a minute, and let's go look at the actual. Let's go look at the actual full Shauna Cox video.
Sheriff in Grand County, you'll come along with us. And you talk with us
In
over
full
there.
screen and without all the little chop,
You
and
go ahead and shoot me.
this is what
That
you're
range
seeing.
right there.
That's what always pisses me off. They always tell us what we're seeing. You know what? We're not blind or stupid. We're not blind or stupid. We can see what we're seeing and hear what we're hearing. They always think we're too blind or too goddamn stupid to make sense of what we're seeing or hearing. Well, with Common Core math, and if you're under 40 or 30 anyway, well, maybe that's the case. But this is pretty damned obvious what we're seeing. So now we saw that bullshit narrative. Let's go look at the actual full run of this.
Put the bullet through the head. Okay, boys? This is going to get real. You want my blood on your hands? Get it done, because we got people to see and places to go. No, I don't. You need to back off. You need to back off.
Where in the heck is Ammon?
Also, you're going to hear some stuff. You know, where is Ryan Payne? Where is Ammon? Ryan Payne was already out of the truck at this point. Where's that part of the video? Because Shauna Cox started filming this as soon as they got pulled over. Where's that video? Why is that not part of this video? Because they had already popped a couple of rounds off at the truck. We saw that in the video when he stuck his hands out. And she verified it in her own account.
They shouldn't have ever stopped.
Did Ammon?
You're wasting oxygen, son.
Where they got a...
What? Oh, did they have Ryan? Did they arrest him?
Well, oh no, via the chat room. No, they didn't cut the phones. They purposely set this up in a area that has no access. Our reporter that I paid to send out there went out there and drove along that road, and all cell access stops about a quarter mile back from where they pulled him over, and you do not get cell access back for about 21 miles. This was on purpose, and it was an ambush, and it was a kill box. They're not fooling anybody.
He shouldn't have got out.
I'm not turning over. I'm going into Day County.
Well,
I'm going into Grant County to see the sheriff.
Well, if we duck and you drive, what are they going to do? Try to knock us out? How much further we got to go?
Shoot your tires.
We got about 50 miles.
Okay.
Tell them to approach the vehicle.
Okay.
And Ryan's talking to him, right?
Okay.
Is he talking to him?
I can't tell.
I can't even see him except the guy behind the door that's got his gun on us. Say we have kids in here.
We hold each other.
Okay, who can we call?
I don't have service.
Yeah, watch you two try to kill my video over this song, whatever the hell this song is. I know what it is, but they turn it down. Thank God.
We got people on the way. You want a bloodbath? It's going to be on your hand. We're going to go see the sheriff.
Call Joseph Rice.
Better understand how this thing's going to end.
What's the number?
I'm going to be laying down here on the ground with my blood on the street, or I'm going to go see the sheriff.
You don't have any?
We got people en route.
Yes, we do. Hold this.
You're wasting your oxygen.
Hold this camera. Listen. Okay. Take pictures. Keep an eye on him. All right. Keep an eye on Lavoy.
Can you take pictures and still have it recording?
Okay,
cool.
Okay, no.
Okay, what's his number?
I'm looking. Just a minute.
You need to back down.
We don't have any service. We have no service here.
Start calling people. They did it because there's no service here.
Yeah, they got it.
They know it. There's no service here at all.
We should never have stopped. We should never have stopped.
I'm going to keep going.
Then we have to duck.
I know.
What are they going to do with Ryan?
Okay.
If we take
Then
off,
you
where
can
they
get Ryan
shoot,
back.
Shoot your tires out.
Most likely.
Okay, Ryan Ammon.
Why did they pull you over?
There's no service here.
Just because.
Okay, you ready?
Well, where's the guns?
They got him stopped. He can't get around it. I'm going to go. You guys ready?
Okay, get down.
Then you duck
Get
down.
down.
Give me that camera. Okay, give me this camera. Go. Got it.
Are they shooting?
Got it. Keep going.
What about Ammon and those guys?
We can't get around him. I'm going to go get help.
Okay.
Stay down.
Wait,
Stay down.
I need
Stay
a phone
down.
so I can call as soon as I get service.
Yeah, keep watching the phone so if you get any service.
So, here we go. We got people down in the back seat. They've already taken 2 shots at him, plus whatever happened before we even saw it when they took a pop at Ryan Payne's hands. I don't know if it was what do they call them? Less than lethal round. I don't even know what that means. What the hell is a less than lethal round? But anyway. And Victoria is the same age as my daughter, which just steams me up. She was just going to sing at this rally they were headed for.
I can't even get Joe Rice.
Coming up fast.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, I don't know about numbers?
Well, I got numbers, but I can't call because...
You know, and I have to give, as we're coming up on this, I have to give great kudos of how Shauna Cox maintained her cool. Ryan maintained his cool. Actually, Victoria maintained her cool better than I would imagine. But you know, and God love her. You know, I told her a couple of weeks ago, we were kind of talking on Facebook, and you know, I was trying to tell her how people were using her, and then trying to recreate a new narrative to fit their own agenda, etc. Like Project Camelot and CNN and all these people. They were just using her. And you know, she's just an innocent soul. She's like, oh, please don't be mean to those people. You know, and it's like, you got to be mean to these people because they're out here to destroy you.
We have no service.
Okay.
No, mobile network not available.
Do you have numbers for people here in town?
Yeah, but... Hang on.
Okay, because they're shooting.
Hang on.
Okay, let's get down. Okay, we're here.
Go ahead and shoot me.
Damn! Trying to.
Shoot me.
Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Damn it. Are they shooting him? Did they shoot him? You assholes. Oh my God! Hold still. Hold still. Stay down.
Is
he dead? Don't get out.
I'm EMT! EMT!
Stop it.
No!
Are you hit?
No, I'm EMT! Help him!
No, hold on. Hold on. Don't do anything. Hey, they're shooting. Don't do anything. The door's shut. Where the hell is Lavoy? Down.
I can't see.
No! Shut up. Stay down, Ryan.
Oh, God!
Ryan, stay down. Stay down. Oh, shit. Keep down.
Did they kill him?
I think they did, and they're shooting over here on this door.
I got hit too.
Okay, hold still.
Where did you
I
get
don't
hit?
know. It didn't.
Hold still. Hold still.
Ryan, where did you get
hold
hit?
Still.
I'm not bleeding.
Okay, don't shoot
Where
us.
did you get hit, Ryan?
I'm okay. It's on
Okay,
the
I'm
shoulder.
going to take some.
It's okay.
I'm taking some. Okay, keep down. Oh, shit. Well, I don't know. Get out of the car. How are we supposed to get out of the car?
Did they tell us to get out of the car?
No, I can't hear anything. I don't dare get out of the car. Oh, shit. Quit shooting our windows.
Where are they shooting at?
They're hitting the windows. I don't know. They're trying to break our window.
God, keep us safe, please.
Please protect us,
Please,
God.
God.
Please protect us. Please protect us. Please protect us. We need help. We need help. We need help.
Did they kill him? They killed
No,
him.
I can see a laser coming in.
They killed. Oh my God, they killed him.
Okay. So where's the rest of
Ryan,
everyone?
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah,
I can see lasers going by.
Where did you get hit?
I'm okay.
He's got lasers.
got a laser.
Keep your head down. I can see the laser. If you see a laser, keep it away
Dude,
from us. There's laser on your knee. Stop! I don't dare get out because they'll shoot me.
I know.
Okay.
I don't like hunkering down here either.
Me either, but I don't know what to do because
I don't know.
they keep shooting lasers at us.
Get too stinking lax. Think things are just all dandy and fine. We got too damn lax.
Yeah. Damn, why do they keep shooting?
They're
Why
trying to take my head off is what they're trying to
I
do.
know, but all of us? Stop! Stop! Stop!
Please!
Stop! Yes. That's ridiculous. Because you're stupid. Are you going to kill all of us?
Keep us safe.
Holly, please.
8 shots, my ass.
Those are gas rounds.
Yeah, they are. They're right up your nose, but... Do we get out? Do we get out?
No, don't get out.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Okay. Okay. God, please. God. Please keep
Okay,
me. Okay, they got lasers still on us.
We got lasers still on us. Lavoy got out. I think they've killed Lavoy. They just shot gas rounds into the car. We're hunkered down in here trying not to be shot.
He's shooting us window. He's shooting at the window.
Shooting more gas rounds. The gas is getting pretty thick in here.
You got nothing to do. God, please.
Anyway.
You didn't get out. I don't know. Get out. Will they shoot me?
Yeah, they'll shoot you.
Hang on, I'm gonna get out. If I get...
Anyway.
Can we put a white flag out?
Yeah, I would put a flag out. Let's put a flag out.
Do you have a white flag?
I'm not sure what they got. What you got?
There's a laser shooting right over here around this.
Okay. The gas dissipates.
He's trying to break this window. He's trying to break the window I'm at.
Okay.
Does anybody have anything white? Does he have a white bra on?
I can't get my shirt off. He's a laser trying to shoot this window. He's got this window open here.
Speak to people. Anyway, they ambushed us on the way to John Day. And now they're shooting into our vehicle. And we're hunkered down. We do not have phone service at this location.
I surrender! Can we just surrender?
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, Ryan Bundy called that. They got lackadaisical. They got too bold, or not too bold, but just too trusting in the system that they thought they were trying to promote. And that's what happened. This video that I did, I just kept running this over and over and over again to let it burn into people.
Okay, let's get out. Okay! That's you, Ryan. I don't know if you can get out. You get out first. Let her in first. Let her out first. You go first. You go first.
Please don't shoot me!
Okay, go.
Okay, I get out.
Okay, get out.
Okay!
No, he'll shoot Ryan first. He'll shoot you first, Ryan. Hands up. Hands up.
The boy's dead.
Shit. Okay.
Now, here's another question I have to ask. And Shannon Cox has asked it before. The guy that was driving the Jeep that had Eamon Bundy and the other guys in it, he kept, when he did put out his first video, which has been deleted, he kept referring to the guys as HRT, Hostage Rescue Team, which is an elite FBI force. How the hell did that dude know that HRT was up? Yeah, they drove 70 miles an hour for a minute and a half. So how the hell did he know HRT was sitting up the road? I still think that guy, I can't remember his name. They're just, No, McConnell, I don't know. I still think that guy was FBI because he knew all the terminology. He knew all of everything to call him, and nobody knew HRT was sitting up there, which is an elite FBI task force that is seldom used in the United States. All right, area code 207, who dat, where you at? You're on the air.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty pissed off. How about you?
I don't know, man. I think it's going pretty crappy, dude. I mean, the internet is light up with this one video, and anyone with a set of ops can see that they didn't have, you shouldn't have shot that guy. I mean, he had his hands up. I mean, I don't even know why we're having a debate. I mean, no one can see. I mean, no one has any common sense. I mean, what's going on?
That's exactly what's freaking me out because, they put together this press release this morning or this afternoon at 1:30, was it Ocean time or whatever. And, I broadcast that live. And then apparently, as I understand it, the Organian got one of the CDs and went home with it, and as I'm understanding it, I may be wrong, but I noticed some stuff going on the Organia website in which they released the video I had been showing, and then it went away for a little bit, and then it came back about 4 minutes shorter. And because they released the full video, which they were not supposed to do, they were supposed to release the FBI, video, just their parts of it that we saw at the press conference. But instead, when they took the DVD, they took the whole video and put it up, and they got in some crap about it. And then it went down, and then it came back up, and then, and it was all cut up.
Well,
So,
I mean, that's not my problem, man. My problem is that, I watched the press release. I watched them come out, and, they had, I don't know, man. It just, even how they come out, they had a couple of young guys come out, and they had a suit and tie come out, and then they had that bald guy come out that said he was the district attorney for that county. I mean, even the way they presented what they had done was crazy, dude. They come out and they talked to the public, and they told them how it was going to be. They told them if they disrupted anything that they were going to get kicked out, or they're going to get warned first, and then they're going to get kicked out.
oh, well, hey,
man.
I have something to add to that. I tried to get somebody that is legitimate press with a legitimate radio station in there. That entire press conference was by invite only.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You can tell, man. I mean, they're running the show, and they just, they treat the American public like we're stupid and like we can't see. I mean, 8 shots. I mean, come on, man. I just got done watching your video, dude. You can count 8 shots within 5 minutes. 3 minutes. You can count 8 shots. I mean, people are screaming. Like I said, I mean, what is the matter with America, dude? I mean, people don't have eyes anymore. They don't have ears anymore. They can't see. I mean, what? I mean, can you tell me, dude? I mean, what is the problem here?
I can't. I don't know. This is frustrating as shit to me. Last night.
I mean, to me, man.
I've been so mad. I have been so pissed off all day. It's like I just want to run around in circles because I feel completely impotent to do a damn thing about any of this. And
I totally understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I watch your show. The internet right now is lit up, and everyone's wondering what to do. Everyone wants to know what to do. And I got to tell you, man, coming from past experience, justice costs a lot in this country. And the lawyer that's telling that nice woman that, don't worry, we'll have our day in court. Don't worry, we'll have our day in court. Well, I got to tell you, man, I've heard all that shit before, and that don't mean shit to me, man. That lawyer, I mean, what's he going to do that no other lawyer can do, dude? I mean, obviously, a guy with a half eyesight can see that this has been an atrocity happened to Lavoy Finnegan and his whole family, and we got to go to court to figure out what's going on. The only thing the FBI has a hard time with right now is that a couple of them boys fired off a couple shots that they shouldn't have, and then they lied about it. Well, that should tell you right now, then the American public right now, that if you're an FBI agent and you don't have enough integrity to say whenever you fired your weapon or not, then that should tell you they've already hired a bunch of fucking liars, and that's all they are.
Well, yeah, this has all been a lie. It's all been a lie from the beginning. I get people wondering how we got, our station on YouTube got so big so fast. It's because we sent, and I paid a lot of money to put people out there to cover this. And it's been very clear from our coverage and mainstream coverage that there was 2 completely different things going on. Now, we'll just leave Pete Santilli out of that because that's a whole different box of monkeys, but he shouldn't be in jail.
Well, yeah, man.
He should.
As far as I'm concerned, Pete's got his own deal going on because he was doing kind of like two things. He, instead of just being a reporter, he was kind of like being both, kind of like a middleman for the militia and a reporter, and that's his deal. I don't even want to talk about that, dude. He, he's got his own deal going on.
Right, me either. I mean, But it's like when they start putting press in jail, you gotta be a little spooked.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I am spooked, and everybody in America should be spooked because, like you said, when they start putting press in jail and when they start filming, and that's another thing too, man. No one's mentioned this. What the hell are they doing flying drones over us? What are they doing? I mean, and no one wants to speak up about this shit, man. No one wants to say, hey, dude, what are you guys doing? I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah. It's incredible. You know what? Here, drop anchor and stay still. We got another caller, Jerry Bradley. You're also in there. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Nighthawk, great coverage.
Yeah, long time no talk. How you been doing, brother?
There's some ups and downs, here and there. A lot of personal things going on, but I've been trying to follow everything, and you're right on the money on everything you're saying. The young 18-year-old gal, McDonald, I think his name was, he seemed to know the lingo that you were talking about, but he also was very rude to her in the van. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I definitely remember that.
Yeah, she spoke, she says, yeah, and for some reason he had a real attitude with me. So I guess she wasn't supposed to be there, and was a little upset about it. But as far as the editing and all that stuff goes, you're absolutely right. I have the original that you put up there, then I mirrored your other one, by the way, just in case you wanted to know. And the editing was just all over the place because you could tell in the original he'd taken quite a few steps, but in the one you just played earlier, as soon as he stood up, they shot him. You could hear it.
Well, not to mention, I mean, he had his hands up.
Yeah, and they shot him.
When the guy steps out of his vehicle,
as soon as he got out of the door, they shot him.
I mean, man stepped out of his vehicle with his hands up. Yep. I mean, everyone can see that. That's not even a question.
Yeah, it's there was there's been I still, why have we not seen the truck? There's the question I have. Another question I have is, okay, if they're going to release the Shona Cox video, why did they not release the entirety of it? Because we know she started recording the minute they got stopped. There's at least 5 minutes, according to her own account, that's missing from that video. So they're trying to control the narrative completely.
Exactly, like you said, they didn't show the video there that they could have shown where they took a shot at the truck when they originally stopped.
Yeah, exactly. And you heard two shots hit the back of that truck when they took off.
Yep.
It was a little bit covered up by wind noise, but you heard them pang, pang, bam, bam, pang, pang. So.
Yeah, and on the original, you could actually see one of those shots go off the vehicle. I looked at it close up.
Yeah, definitely. And the timeline doesn't match up with what they're doing, and they're hiding some information. They're just giving us the information that fits their narrative. And I've had a lot of people try to tell me, well, why would they release this if it wasn't a fake thing or it wasn't a false flag or whatever? They're releasing this because they're giving us a message, folks.
Yeah.
They don't get it. The message is, don't mess with us. We'll kill you.
Nighthawk, I've been saying this for 2 years, that after watching all the stuff that's been going on and seeing all the things that are being done that we know is wrong, they know it's wrong, but yet they still continue to do it. I still say that they're just, my heart just goes out to these people in that truck. I mean, imagine, like you said, especially Miss Cox, she just kept her cool to the ultimate. I don't think I could have done that. But yet I think they're just trying to get us. We're bringing them out. We're shining the light on all these cockroaches, and they're getting scared. They want us to come out, and they want to use all those rounds they bought. They want us to go nuts on them, so they'll have an excuse. Yeah. I'm telling you, I'm feeling it in my gut. I looked at that. I said, no way in the world would anybody release that to make themselves look good. I mean, they did that to get us even more pissed off. And they did. They pissed us off.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's how you release it.
Yeah, honey
See,
trap.
they released it the same way that they released the press conference. They did it like they're in control. This is what I want you to see. And I know what you might think that you're seeing, but I'll tell you what you're seeing, and then that's what you believe.
Well, I think they're getting tired of picking people off, doctors, lawyers, whoever, patriots one by one. They want to get people in large groups. And the only way they can do that is to pull at our heartstrings so much to say, hey, listen, enough's enough, and come after them. And then they can say, okay, we didn't fire the first shot. We just got to do what we got to do here. I still say they're setting this up. Nobody can be that stupid.
I don't know, man. The American public is pretty dumbed down.
Yeah, they keep getting done. It's dumbed down more and more every day. And I discovered something else in this. I'm not going to run up the video of it, but because I'd have to go digging. But in that press conference, hold on a minute. Hey, Liz, how come that's all coming out of your speakers?
Really, oh, excuse me, go ahead. Oh my God.
Can you mute? All right, sorry. Anyway, there's another show going on in the other side of the room, and it was all coming out of Liz's speakers. Anyway, so where was I at? Where was I at, guys?
I think you were talking about the people who didn't know that what President Washington, D.C. was named after.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, it's like we just keep seeing these lies after lies after lies. Oh, no. Here's what I'd have to go digging to find it, but the original press release on this supposed 9mm pistol that Lavoy had,
right,
yeah, said that it was stolen. Okay, that was
and he had the serial number on it too.
Yeah, and that was the first release by the FBI. It was a stolen 9mm, and then today they said it was a gift from a family member.
Yeah,
and then they showed a picture of it. Now, here's the thing: if you dig around in some videos with Lavoy, you can look at that. It's not the same freaking 9mm because the side clasps were pearls. They were pearl handles. They have pearl handled side clasps. You understand what I'm saying? If you look at the picture of their gun, it's not the same. It's not the same sidearm of what he had. And I'm not talking about his 6-shooter that he hung on his hip. I'm talking about the gun he had on his he wore a shoulder holster, and he did have that. But David Fry had possession of both of those weapons.
Absolutely.
Because he left him back at the refuge. They took no weapons with them whatsoever. So it's like lie, lie, liar, 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 pants on fire. What the hell?
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. I mean, but I got to tell you, man, I think you gentlemen are doing a really good job, and I'm not really sure if you're waking up the American public or not, but since I got a hold of the internet, it took about 6 months for me to realize that this world that we live in is nothing but a lie. So, like I said, gentlemen, stay strong. Good luck to you and the ones that you love, and keep up the good fight, guys.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in, sir.
Thank you, man.
And
another thing, Nighthawk, is that one of the big things is show us the truck. Show us the truck. They won't let us see the truck.
Yeah, I want to see the truck. I also want to see all the head cam footage, all the dash cam footage, and the entire Shauna Cox footage, because we didn't get the entirety of it.
Oh yeah, when they show up for those type of things and made a suicide roadblock like that, they're going to have head cams. I mean, come on, guys. We know they're going to have a lot of footage there to show their bodies.
Yeah, and it's Oregon State Police are required to have dash cams and lapel cams, and there's no way that footage does not exist. What's up, Jerry Bear?
I'd like to say that, thank you for my call, Nighthawk. I'd like to say that it's very suspicious, the call the night before to Lavoy that Jason made in courtesy of Stuart Rose and the other guy's name, I can't recall, but they were instigating them to leave tonight or leave tomorrow. And I just have very suspicious minds about exactly who Stuart Rhodes is and who he really stands for. I feel my gut feeling tells me he's not Chip for who he
Well,
represents.
you're kind of yeah, I know you're kind of rolling on what happened with me when I made a call to Stuart Rhodes last night.
No, I didn't catch that, sir. I'm referencing to the night before the actual ambush happened, the 25th.
Okay.
And the way that if you listen to it, Lavoy's listening, okay, I'll get with Armin, and I'm listening, and they kept pushing, you've got to leave, you got to get that sheriff, you got to blah, blah, blah. I just didn't dig, I just thought that was, very not good, because what happened, you feel it. But also, if you look at the tape of when they're actually going into the snowdrift, just before it breaks and drops back, you can see that truck, Lavoy's truck, actually tilts because he's on that bank. It actually tilts, and his door's almost straight up. Now, then they flash back to the truck coming in, following him, and the vehicle is a lot further than where it actually turned upside down. That's where I feel there's editing involved. And also,
wait. What vehicle turned upside down?
It didn't turn upside down. I'm talking about, if you watch closely, as Lavoy's vehicle is approaching the bank and enters into the left bank, just before they cut it and go and blur out for a second, you can see that the truck is turning right where Lavoy's door would almost be standing up or a 45-degree angle. And then it just pops back and to the vehicle, the truck that
Jerry, he got caught in a snowbank. We already sent somebody out to actually investigate the actual site.
I know he got caught there. I know that, but it's weird how it looks that the vehicle should have been like almost, because he went up that embankment. That embankment was taller than those trucks. Okay.
Yeah, but it was all snow. It had nothing to do with the embankment. It was the snow itself that had been plowed off the road. Are you going somewhere with this, dude? Come on.
Yes, because if the vehicle went into the snow and nobody got out as he was getting out, it should have just cut right into the snow, and there should have been no opening where Lavoy was, unless that vehicle slid to make that open slot on Lavoy's side to give him that room to jump out. It just looks edited there, is all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm not really clear on what you're talking about. It doesn't look edited to me. It pretty clearly looks like he was trying not to have a head-on collision with a bunch of vehicles that were jammed up in front of him.
That's true, Nighthawk, that's true. I'm just saying, if you...
And I sent somebody out there with video to actually tape that piece of road, Jerry. Maybe you should go back and look at my videos. I want somebody to look at that. That's not a 45-degree angle, not for a second. I sent somebody out. Jerry, you talk, I talk. That's how this works. All right, so I sent somebody out there to take video of that just to see how that works. It's less than 10 degrees. It's just a whole hell of a lot of snow, and it stopped the truck. Okay?
Okay, I'd like to know then what really since there's snow plows that put that snow up on the side to keep the road clean. And if you look right there, they're almost straight up angles of the snow plow, right? It's like almost, it's a wall.
Jerry, come on, man. What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying, I'll get a link for you to see and make it all.
I don't want to hear that this is all fake and it was made up and shit.
Fake. It's just edited. I feel it's edited. That's all.
Well, I just said earlier that it was edited because the overhead video we saw and the overhead video they showed today were two different things.
That's right. So,
all right.
Right on, Hawk. So how is, okay, never mind then. I had two things to say and you agree with them. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Also, on Thursday is Bundy's court appearance here in Vegas. There's supposed to be a rally out there. I think it's at the Federal Building. I'm not sure. I'm going to try and get out there. And it's sometimes his appearance is between 1 and 3 o'clock that afternoon. I'm going to try and get out there and get some footage for you. Over. And thanks for the call.
No problem. No problem, Jerry. Thanks a lot. All right. Anyway, I'm not getting his point either, but... Well, there's been this thing going on that this was all made up. Lavoy wasn't even a real person and all that. He's been a little bit pushing that in our chat room, saying he's on the fence about it, but, I'm not biting on that.
You got to be kidding me. How silly is that?
Yeah, I like Jerry, but he kind of reads too much into too many things.
Well, I thought I understood what he's talking about, but then he lost me. But all I seen tracks. They were stuck. He jumped out in the snow. I don't see any editing there, but you did point out that they did edit the first one where he was already taking a few steps, and the one we just seen tonight, he was just getting out of the truck. That's when the first shot went off. That was important that you pointed that out.
Well, yeah, definitely. It's like, I can go back and, okay, for the folks that are watching, let's just do this real fast. I'll leave my commentary in here because, if we look at this drone footage, all right, so we're looking at the truck zipping up the road.
He jumped out of the car. He did it because when this is all over, you'll see that they backed his ass out of that truck too. All right, so now they're shooting down the road at a rather high rate of speed. This already clearly proving that the McConnell report, the McConnell guy, his report was 100% bullshit and a lie, and I've already checked it out. He was FBI and he was implanted in there. How the hell?
Yeah, and I still, at this point, I agree again. FBI.
All right, so now we're heading down roads, and he comes around a corner and at a high rate of speed. And I'm going to back up a second because this does need to be back. Females in the truck. They say Ryan Payne jumped out.
Maybe I was wrong. When we get down to the frame by frame,
when this is all over, you'll see that they backed
I guess I was wrong.
All right, so
I didn't see this because it was going too fast, and I didn't do it frame by frame. And it was there, but I'm still wondering why that drone, whatever it was,
his report was 100% bullshit.
Kept losing its target. And then it kept flying into the freaking trees.
How the hell he ended up?
Yeah, it did.
I don't know. All right, so
here, here comes the truck around the corner,
and he comes around the corner,
and he's obviously trying to miss
back up a second
and not do a head-on with a bunch of vehicles. He couldn't have gone down this side because that was an off-sided embankment. But it literally, to me, looked like it was like, bam, all of a sudden he's out of his truck. Now, I go to frame by frame. I guess I was wrong. But still.
As you see here.
But still, regardless of what I missed there, we see this right here. And We have Oregon State Police trying to use a taser wand to bring him down. All right. And that piece of video, you know, I whether he was reaching for something, I don't know. You know what? I got to say this, folks. The minute he stepped out of his truck, they started shooting at him. He had two women in his truck that he was trying to get the focus off of. And, you know, what is that word in the military? You know, confidence is high or confidence is low. But the adrenaline was high right now. People don't respond to commands. All they hear is, ouch, that hurts. What the hell's going on? And they start moving.
This guy has already shot, right?
This guy takes a shot.
Once, caught him in the hip or in the side. Probably exactly.
And I said, caught him in the hip or in the side, and we just looked at the autopsy, which tells us that they caught him exactly where I said.
Exactly where they wanted to catch him, because if you get caught with, say, a 223, that is not a hollow point bullet. What it does is it enters and exits, but it hurts like a son of a bitch. And it's hot, so you don't feel it quite exactly at first. It kind of feels like,
because this is the moment of the audio that we heard on Shauna Cox of the bang 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 1 2 3. You know, we see a body reacting as it could. Plus, he's getting tasered by this guy with a taser wand, and I don't know if this guy let loose on his sidearm, but he has his sidearm right there.
Yeah, and right after he went down, you can see on even the originals, I have a good high definition here, and you can see the lasers all over him.
Oh yeah, and there's yes, and on the truck as well.
Mm-hmm.
Making his hand go to his left side. Lavoy Finicum carried his firearm on his right. Even if he had a 9mm, he would not have it in his left pocket. It would have either been in his belt or in his right pocket, because he was right-handed. So already the FBI narrative is total bullshit. Right, so next, a few more seconds, that man shoots him in the back. This man,
all right, this is where I made my mistake. I thought he shot Lavoy, but it was not him that shot Lavoy. But as I go on, I want you to see something else that I discovered. This is a taser wand right here. It's a taser wand, and he has a sidearm. The people that shot Lavoy came from all back in here. We can't see them. But I want you guys to see. This guy goes, holy shit, drops his taser wand, and takes off running in this direction because they have broken the rules of engagement and have put other officers in danger by putting them in a crossfire. So, watch.
right here, I'd like to know his name. I hope something really bad happens to him someday. Hopefully really soon. Even Viagra won't even help him. Another bullet, second bullet, when he's down. This man is still firing, actually, because we saw recoil. He backs off, back up into the trees. Now they're all backed off. He's down. Now here's the next thing that's crazy. All right, according to Victoria, they're all now on the floorboards, which I would be too. I'd be scared to death. I mean, this looks like something you would see on a thriller movie of something that would happen in freaking Afghanistan. I mean, why can't these people do this to terrorists, to actual terrorists in the United States?
Are you muted out, Hawk?
I'm going to show you something else I think you really need to see. I'm going to go way up in this video because we just, an article came out today about a federal officer that is under criminal investigation along with 4 others or maybe 5 others for after he was shot, misconduct. So, they keep trying to say it was because of the couple of bullets that hit the window the minute Lavoy jumped out. But if you pay really close attention to the charging article, it keeps saying about after the shooting. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about that. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. This could be 5 or 6. I don't know. Maybe it's one guy with 3 legs. I don't know. Back us up a bit. All right, somebody tried to say they threw a gun. That's his hat. That's Lavoy's hat. They threw the hat off his head. This guy, Lavoy was still alive. Those were not lethal hits. This guy has a knee on a shoulder and an arm. You got this guy coming up right here. All right, so he has, I don't know what this is, but it's a short kind of rifle. And I'm going to back this up. I want you to see the recoil very clearly on 2 shots to his head. One, 2. You saw the 2 recoils. Now we have 5 federal officers under investigation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now they're trying to say it's over the hits on the door. I'm not biting. This is this right here. What we just saw, what I just showed you, here he comes. What I'm showing you right now is what I think that federal investigation is going down for.
What else is strange, Hawk, is that they set up that roadblock and they knew what they were intending to do. They didn't have any medical assistance at all there because they didn't expect anybody to leave that area alive.
No, they didn't.
They would have had medical trucks there around the corner, very close by, but they knew exactly what they were doing and what they wanted to do.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I reported and I told all of the militia guys, nobody would pay any goddamn attention to me, and it was pissing me off. I told all the militia guys that these guys landed in Boise and headed out of Boise in 2 buses with a truckload of snowmobiles. Damn near 4 or 5 days before this. This was all set up and put together, and nobody would pay attention to me whatsoever. Yeah, they're going, oh, okay, hot, cool, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, I reported that, and I'd done it on our own channel, etc. But, no one would pay any kind of attention. And it was really pissing me off. I could see the setup going down when they started bringing these guys in. They flew them into Portland. And then I saw on FlightAware the 2 planes fly into Boise. I sent somebody out to the Boise airport that reported that a whole bunch of SWAT looking guys got off the airplanes. They got in buses and took off, and two short buses, and with a car carrier kind of semi loaded with snowmobiles. Area code 229, you're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? What's up?
Hi, this is Dave. I'm in South Georgia. How are you tonight?
Pissed off. How about you?
Yeah, me too. I've been, ever since I saw this afternoon, I've just been so ticked off I could spit, if you know what I mean. And I'm sitting here watching the video, and obviously, talking to you now, there's a delay. But I wanted something. I'm looking at a view of the top of the truck where it went into the snow and Lavoy's down on the ground. And you said that, the guy with the taser, he moved around to get out of the way. I agree with you. And if you step forward just a couple of frames, you'll see the guy that was standing behind Lavoy's truck back off into the onto the road, and there are 3 or 4 other guys back there at the pickup truck, and they've all got their sidearms drawn. You can see it, and as the drone goes around, and it's only a couple of frames there, but you can see every one of them guys has got their pistols out, and and it kind of goes along with the audio of some of the shots being fired, because you can clearly see them at the back end of that. It's a dark pickup truck that's sitting there, and a couple of guys come out from around behind the pickup truck, but they all start shooting. It looks like they're shooting at Lavoy while he's on the ground.
Well, yeah, and we can see they, and as I just said, they come up and put a couple of rounds into his head. Because he wasn't dead, I don't think. Because his position changed a couple of times over the... he was hit and he was hurt. But his position changed over a couple of minutes. So they went over there and put his lights out, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. I agree with you. And one of the things that I was reflected on as you say this, and I want to say that Shauna said in one of her earlier interviews about Victoria wanting to go over and give him attention because she had been trained or is trained.
Right.
Well, yeah, she kept screaming,
that,
"I'm an EMT."
Wouldn't allow her to do that, and I think that they said, don't quote me, but that that they saw movement at that time. The girls did.
Yeah, well, Victoria kept saying, "I'm an EMT. Let me help him. Let me help him."
Right. So that's kind of sort of what I mean. I agree with you. I think that he was still alive then too.
According to the autopsy and where the shots were taken, they were not. I don't think if they were 223 or even 5.62 or larger, and I don't think they would have been larger. I think it would have been 223 or 7.62 rounds or whatever they were shooting. but they're not using hollow points. So I do not think those were immediate lethal rounds that they put into him, all of which were in his back, of course. But you look at the points. Now, sometimes those rounds, when they hit you, they'll turn corners, depending on if they hit bone. So I don't know if that one that hit near his neck or at his upper shoulder may have deflected and went into his spinal column and dropped him there. I don't know. This is all supposition. And we're still waiting for Lynette Finicum, or Jeanette, I'm not sure which. I know she had a private autopsy done, but why hasn't that been released? Because that would answer one hell of a lot of questions.
Yeah, and something in watching this as you replayed it just before I called you, there was something that one of the FBI or they said in the press release this afternoon, and about how much time he had before the curve and et cetera, and that there was a car behind, et cetera. That's a lie, because if you look, when he came around that corner, he didn't have much choice. And they were trying to make it sound like, oh, he had 3 football fields of clear space where he could have slowed down because the cop behind him slowed down. Well, that's because they knew they were supposed to stop. And Lavoy didn't, but you can clearly see that as he comes around that last curve, he doesn't have 3 football fields of vision before he has to make a decision. That's BS.
Yeah, quite clearly. We just keep seeing more and more lies. Everything about our government is one lie after another. I just my frustration at this point is so intense. I don't even know what to do. I just feel, like I said earlier, I feel completely impotent to do a damn thing about this. Unless we can get some people to actually get on the ball, hell, we can't even get listeners to pay any attention. We don't even get the numbers of people that even look at what we're doing. I think we're less than 100 right now. I mean, quite honestly, who the hell cares? I mean, I care. 100 people care, but what the hell's 100 people going to do? We live in a country of over 250 million people.
I agree with you.
Yeah, you've got...
I've done this for a bunch of years that, I'm 63 this year, and I'll tell you what, I thought back in the 70s that, okay, the government and everything, man, it just went downhill. I remember watching Jack Ruby shoot Lee Harvey Oswald on TV in Dallas that Sunday morning before I went to church, and ever since then I haven't believed a damn word them folks tell me, or try to put across. And so watching this, one of the things that I wanted to bring up, and I don't have an answer, but it's just really curious, the PSYOP and everything that they love to play on us, this is so blatant of some of the things that they said in the press release versus what you can actually see. It almost makes me wonder, what the hell are you guys up to? What is this PSYOPs for? You know what I'm saying? It's way too weird. The guys that were standing there trying to explain, that one bald guy, he looked so uncomfortable. It was like somebody had a gun to his back and that he had to say it. It didn't look right. I mean, talk about being staged. Those folks were uncomfortable, in my opinion.
All right. I have some people asking me some questions in the chat. All right, listen. I post all news and text links in my Facebook. I don't do a lot of time doing reading of the news from other websites on the live stream. It kind of wears my brain out. But just go to my Facebook, NNITEHAWKK. I put every text link of every news I can find. I don't put them up immediately. I'll usually go read them and make sure they aren't like theonion.com or something. Wow, we just had a couple more callers. Drop Anchor there, 229, and hang out with us here for a second. Let's see. Next caller in line is area code 774. You're on there. Who dat? Where you at? What you got to say?
What's cracking, Hawk?
What's cracking? Apparently a whole bunch of freaking mortars and 223s and whatever.
One thing I wanted to call and mention is, since following this thing, I've been trying to figure out if that guy behind Lavoy was carrying a taser, because if he had been carrying a taser, and he was the one that shot him when you noticed Lavoy just drop, I figured that was the taser, right? And then I think in the press conference today, they said the taser missed him, so they had to say that, because if that taser had hit him, then he would have been contained. Then all the shots after that would have been murder. Well,
right, you're right, and you can actually see his reaction from that taser too.
Did they say that the taser missed him in the press conference today?
You know what? They were really vague about all that, but if you look at I swear to God, if you look at the video, the guy with the taser drops the taser and runs because they put him in a freaking crossfire.
He was, yeah, exactly. But he was still pumping electricity into him, and then he dropped. Yeah, exactly. He dropped because you could see him hold that position, and he had to hold that position to pump electricity into him. So once the firing started, he had to move away and drop it. So there was crossfire. So they had him contained.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know that. I know that. You know that. We can see that pretty clearly. But, But
I think they said in that press conference they missed him.
Well, of course they did. But I don't know. It don't look like it missed him to me.
It doesn't look like it missed him to me either.
He reacted very clearly to me. He did have a pretty thick jacket on. So that taser wand, I'm familiar. I went and looked around on Google for taser, firing taser wands.
Yeah.
The spikes, and I found one that's actually designed for bringing down big game. And it would have given him a heart attack, quite honestly. The question now is, did he die of a heart attack when he got hit by the thing? Because it's like 275,000 volts.
Right.
It's meant,
in that press conference.
Yeah.
In the press conference, they kept on saying less than lethal, less than lethal, less than lethal. They kept on saying it.
Well, when I watched the Shona Cox video, I don't see, they're all not dead, but I don't see a whole lot of less than lethal. I see them trying to force them out of that truck with CS gas so they can shoot them.
And there's no shots fired out of that truck. I can't believe they riddled that truck as much as they did. Even with them screaming, stop. And you can hear the girls. If you're those guys, how could you not stop shooting after hearing two girls screaming?
Or just stop, or white flag, or whatever. It's just they kept going and going and going and going. As soon as they shot, as soon as Lavoy was down, it was like bang, 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 blah, 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 blah. I couldn't. I tried to count, but I got to a point where it was somewhere around 70 something. So 8 shots my ass.
Yeah, they said that there were 3 shots fired as he came around the curve before he even really got to the snowbank. They were saying one of those shots was fired from way down. You know, they were trying to shoot the windshield or something.
Yeah, exactly. And who was that
And if
retard?
those 3 shots count, what about all the other ones? These guys really can't count.
Yeah, and who was the retard that jumped out in front of the truck?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, really? Is that what you do? All right, people that are watching the live stream, I can wind this back a little bit again. We're looking at, did Lavoy have any other choice but to go off the road? We have 1, 2, 3 vehicles completely blocking the road. I sent Sherry out. She got me video of this. This side of the road here is a 30-degree bank down off of that mountain. This side is about a 16-degree bank, so not so bad. But he come around the corner. There was no way to break that snowbank, and I see nothing. I see nothing but somebody trying to avoid a head-on collision with another vehicle, and then this stupid shit jumps out in front of the vehicle and starts shooting. And we hear Sean Cook goes, "All right, they're shooting at us." And the boy's going, "Hang on, hang on, hang on." There was no way around this. He was avoiding crashing into these 3 vehicles. This was an L-shaped kill box. You're not going to tell me anything else. They're lying to you, people. 100%. Come get me. Drive into my driveway and come get me for telling the truth. You fucking asshole FBI fucktards, because you're lying. I am getting to the point that that Oregon State Police, who are, I have some statements that I can't verify yet, that the Oregon State Police, the guy that came down with the taser, is pissed as hell at FBI for putting him in a crossfire situation in which he could have gotten shot.
Really?
And that was the entire reason that there is a criminal investigation going on against 5 FBI officers. So anyway, all right, we got a couple of new callers. Everybody drop anchor and stand by, because when new callers come in, I like to at least introduce them. Area code 406, you're on the air. Who dat? Where you at?
Hey, I'm in Montana.
How you doing? You got some background noise. If you're listening to the live stream, please turn it off so it doesn't bleed through. Thanks.
I'm not. I'm just on the cell phone.
All right, you're good to go. Who dat? Where you at? What's up?
Well, I want to know how anybody can watch that video they released today and look people in the eye and say that how any part of that was justifiable.
Well, who could?
Exactly. I mean, I don't. Where are they trying to go by releasing that?
It's a warning. I still think it's all about being a warning.
Hey, am I on the air?
Yeah, you're out of turn, but you're on the air. Who dat? Where you at?
I apologize, man. My name is Steve. Actually, my name is American Life 702, and I'm in your chat all the time. There are people who. I apologize for being out of turn, though. But there are people who will justify it, and I've seen that myself on YouTube earlier. It was Chaos Archives or something like that, and there's people saying, even the dude himself was like, well, I think Lavoy wanted to die. Bullshit. Come on, man. Have you ever seen his family? He didn't want to die. Have you ever seen his videos or his what he said in front of the resource center? I don't call it a refuge. I call it the Howard County Resource Center. He didn't want to die. That's bullshit. It was, oh, and I apologize for my language too. I should clean it up. He was ready to die for what we all want, the constitutional rule of law. That's what the issue is here. It's the same issue with Cliven Bundy, Lavoy Finicum. Many people is a constitutional rule of law, the restoration of it. And a revolution is a great thing, but we don't need a revolution here. We need a restoration. And I'm not going to act like I just
you know what? I have to agree with you. It's not a revolution, it's a restoration. A restoration of our rights.
I'm not going to act like I'm the guy that came up with that. Bill Cooper said that. It was a video I watched earlier, and he was absolutely right. And Bill Cooper was murdered, or speaking the truth, the same as Lavoy Finicum.
Well, you know, we all need to decide, you know, the next course of action. You know, we got to watch, Occupy was, I don't have enough, you got more, and I want half of your shit because you got more stuff than I do. What we need to do, in my opinion now, we had a rally on March 5th. These rallies need to get bigger, so people are paying attention. You know, I put together a site called OperationAmericanSpring.us, and it's the 2.0 version. Get in there and use it, especially the forum. I'm still working on the news part, but get in there and use it. Please. If you have a rally going on, a protest, or anything, get in there and use it. Let us know so we can get people to the site, okay?
Hey, I'm with that, Hawk. That's the shit right there. God damn. All right, I got to clean up my language, but I'm with you on that. That's great, man. Operation American Spring. I've seen it before, and it didn't work real well. That doesn't mean it won't work now. For me, I'm not actually trying to go on a website and do that. I live in Las Vegas, and what I'm going to do is just go out to the Bundy Ranch, and I'm going to sit there, and I'm going to hope that the place doesn't come under attack, because it's a real possibility right now, and that family is out there. I don't think they're actually by themselves, but I don't know how many people are actually out there. But like last night on your cast, and I said that I would go out to the Finicum Ranch. Well, I would love to, man, but the Bundy Ranch is way closer, and they're actually facing the same exact thing.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? So that's my local neighborhood, and that's where I'll go.
Well, that's cool. You know, what I'm trying to say, excuse me, what I was trying to say about that is Jeanette Finicum has no help. She's out there all on her own. And that kind of upset me that her sheriff just basically told her to, you know, fuck off. Excuse my language, but, you know, that's just basically how that went down. And I got pretty upset about all that last night because of the sheriff's response. But, you know, changes need to be made. And, yeah, Operation American Spring was done once, but it was commercialized. I'm not commercializing this. You will not find an ad on my site whatsoever. And I will never put an ad on that site whatsoever, ever. This is about getting something done. Okay?
Absolutely. The thing that the way I would differentiate between Operation American Spring and Operation Arab Spring was that the Arab Spring was actually funded by us, by all of us, and it was meant obviously to create ISIS and to create a huge migrant wave into Europe and to destabilize
that's
the whole
fine.
region.
That's fine. But there were some lessons to be learned there on how to use social media to your benefit instead of going, oh, I'm scared of social media. That's the point I'm trying to make right now.
I agree with you, man. You're right. And the fact is, the Bundy Ranch never would have happened without social media. So you guys that have your live streams out here are actually doing a huge part. And I don't care what anybody says about that. You're doing a huge part. Whether you have 60 listeners or 60,000, you're reaching people. And that's how Bundy Ranch happened. And that's why we see CISPA and all of these other, whatever they're called, whatever acronym they have, to censor the internet, to censor social media, and dissenting points of view. That's why they do that, because we're gaining strength as American patriots, and it's not just American patriots who are gaining strength. There's people all over the world who, through knowledge, are gaining strength against what's actually going on. And I don't know, the mainstream news just doesn't say nothing about that. Nothing.
Yeah, and it's really time to do the work. I have a new tagline. It's called, it's all fine to be awake, but you got to get out of bed. And I've noticed, today Anonymous picked that up, and they're starting to tagline that. So I got a lot of really weird background noise coming from you, 702. But anyway, I need to move to the next. Yeah, I need to move to the next caller. Thank you for calling in, dude.
Well, thank you, man. Hey, I had these headphones on with a little mic on them, so that was probably your background noise, and it's windy here.
All right, no problem. All right, if you want, well, your background noise disappeared, so if you want to drop anchor and just hang up or hang on.
For sure, man. I'll listen in. Hey, I'm going to listen in anyway, whether I'm on the line or not.
All right,
so,
area code 480. You're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? What's up?
Hey. How you doing? My name's Brian. I'm calling from Phoenix. I'm a first-time caller, and I just want to say, like everybody else, that I really appreciate what you're doing. And I've been meaning to say this. I've been meaning to call in. My first thought right after Lavoy was murdered, my first thought was I noticed a correlation between him and Vicki Weaver. And I had an opportunity to meet Randy after the court case and all that. It was in Nevada at a ski area, and I had a little convention. And I really don't know what I'm talking about, but that was just my sense, is that Vicki was assassinated for a specific reason, and maybe Lavoy was targeted for assassination, or maybe they meant to kill them all. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
The FBI and the federal government has a long record of assassination and a long record of murdering people offhand. We have seen court case after congressional court case go on. We can talk about what you want to talk about. We can talk about Oklahoma City. We can talk about Ruby Ridge. We can talk about what all the business that went down in Texas.
Waco.
Waco. So, they keep failing, and they're incapable of covering up their lies. So it just seems to become, when it comes to the federal government, they don't care about covering up their lies. All they care about is giving you a message of stop messing with us. Just today, I was reading an article. I'm not sure how legitimate it is, unless a school teacher calls me somewhere and says, well, this is right. I cannot verify the legitimacy of what I'm getting ready to say. But according to an article I just read today, across the country, teachers are being told that if they have students that ask things or talk about things opposing the U.S. government in different ways, this and that, or protesting the U.S. government this way and that way or whatever, to even ask questions, they have a site in which the teachers are supposed to report these students.
Lord.
Now, I don't know if that's true, because it's on, just because it's on a website doesn't make it truth. But it just, and when I think about this, I go, well, this kind of seems like a tactic that might be used. So, what do you think about that?
Can I respond? Air code 702.
Yeah, anybody can respond.
Yeah, well, what I would have to say about that is that that's the Soviet way. It was like that in the Soviet Union. You couldn't trust anyone because everyone was a potential snitch, and that's actually the way it's become here now. Even within the Patriot community, everybody's looking at Mark McConnell. I don't know about Mark McConnell. I've never met him. I have met quite a few of these people that we all talk about. And as far as Mark McConnell, I've never met him. And it sure looks like he's a rat, dude, from circumstantial evidence. But until I see fucking paperwork on the dude, sorry, I keep cussing.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
I'm not going to believe that he's a rat.
Well, yeah, I don't, nobody wants to believe anybody's a rat, but, here's my thing.
I don't even know why I went that way.
All right, here's my thing. When we talk about Mark McConnell, here's my thing. Regardless of any part of anything he said, he kept saying HRT, HRT, HRT. He wasn't even there. How the hell did he know that HRT was there? Because that is an elite group. That is my rub on this entire thing. What's up, Terry? We got 4 people here now, so everybody just kind of go on. Hey, Terry, how you doing? And I need to go to the bathroom, you guys. I've been sitting here for 3 hours. Hold on.
I just did.
I'm doing fine. I believe the gentleman that was in the crossfire probably hit the deck because they were fired upon him, so they could say that, yep, they were fired. Lavoy and the group were fired, killed him.
Well, not only that, hi, Lady Horse, Jerry B.
Hey.
Yeah. Not only that, the other thing that got me about McDonald, I don't know if he's a good guy or bad guy, who knows, but you just look at what's out there and you just try to take it all in and you try to make a decision on some critical thinking. Now, I have to wonder to myself, she was very straightforward when she says he was very rude to her in the van. Why would he be after what she'd been through?
Right.
I have no answer for it. Unless she screwed something up that he was trying to do, I don't know.
What I would say is that it was a stressful situation, and I'm not an apologist for this guy. I mean, I actually kind of believe that he's an informant. There's just some men that I respect who are now arrested who said that they think he is, and I tend to, because I respect those men, I agree with them. However, those feds, this is a tactic that they will use, and this is really my point actually in bringing up McConnell, was that they meant to let that guy out just to make us all ask a bunch of questions about him. You know what I mean? To focus on that guy rather than something else. And, seriously, I believe that he probably was up to no good.
Well, I don't know, but I know that there wasn't any rounds.
But I won't know it. What's that?
They didn't shoot any rounds into the Jeep where he was driving.
No, they didn't. And you know what? It really looks like it. It really looks like it. But I want to put it out there for everyone to consider that they may have let this guy go just so that we all ask questions about him. rather than thinking about something else. And that guy, everything comes out in the wash. He's gonna there will be paperwork on him if it turns out that he was a
Now he's the gentleman that was.
snitch or whatever.
I think it's amazing that with all those rounds that went into that truck, and you could hear them all on the videos. I mean, there was a lot. I'm surprised that there was only one that actually hit one of the people in the truck, because there was a lot of rounds going into that truck.
There's a lot of rounds. It's that video that prompted me to call in tonight. Usually I just listen. But Ryan Bundy, he said that he wasn't bleeding from the shot that he took. So what was it? Was it a rubber bullet? Was it a beanbag? Was it a jacketed hollow point? We don't know. In fact, I'm actually going to send him a letter and ask him.
Ryan actually took a 223 into his shoulder. They left the bullet where it is because they said it would have caused more damage to remove it.
By the way, Hawk, while you're here, I can still remember, I hope you don't mind me bringing this up, but you brought in a video the other day on one of your videos you brought up on the World Trade Center. I thought that was an amazing piece of footage there with the explosion in the second building without any plane anywhere around. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, that
was amazing.
Yeah, that was a little...
Building 10?
That was kind of befuddling to me too.
I thought I'd seen them all too, but I'd never seen that angle.
No, I've not seen it either. And every time it's gone up on YouTube, it's gotten deleted. And I just went up and tried to find it yesterday because I was trying to build, I'm trying to do my own 9/11 rebuild from, because my history with 9/11 and what I was doing there. And I've been trying to do... And that stupid video that everybody was giving me was deleted that fast. I ran it, and it's on my channel, but, the actual video itself is gone again.
Yeah, you said you had a grainy one at first, but then you got a nice clean one. That last one was clean.
Yeah, and it was clean. I don't know what we're going to do. What are we going to do?
I know what I'm going to do.
Stand and not back down.
Well, it's gonna take more than a few of us.
I know.
It's like, when one bee stings you, you go, well, shit, that sucks, and you slap it. But when the entire hive goes after your ass, that's a whole different story. And how do we activate the hive?
Well, maybe this is why they're so afraid of Trump, because, he wrote an article that got put in the newspaper in Nevada the day before the elections there. And it was all about how the federal government, the BML, is overreaching in the land grab and everything. It was a very good article. And the
actually, I have that article if somebody wants to read it. I'm not really good at reading articles.
But it didn't even get mainstream attention, as far as the mainstream. I mean, that was an awesome article.
Yeah,
well, it doesn't get mainstream attention, man. It's counter to the mainstream view. Right. Anything that has to do with Americans standing up against this, it's not just this administration, it's this government, this tyrannical government. It doesn't get play on the mainstream. You got to look at people like Hawk, and they're I'm not going to mention anybody else's names. I'm not trying to plug nobody, but I mean, there's other people out there doing the same thing. In many cases, not quite as well as Hawk is doing, but that's the answer that I could give you, is that it doesn't fit into the mainstream view of the way people are supposed to look at things, and so they don't cover it.
Can I interject something here?
Go ahead.
It's a round table. Interject all you want.
Yeah, okay. One of the things that I'd like is that there are a lot of people I know of around, and they don't listen to the radio, I will guarantee that for my listening of one person, I know 10 people who aren't, and they might not be participating directly, but these folks are ready. Now, I'm from the South, and the Southerners have told me, and I with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, but they're right. They said, we learned a lot in the last revolution. Us Southerners are going to keep our head down.
I'll be a son of a gun. Page not found, 404. We are sorry, the page you're looking for does not exist. Feel free to search through our site or view other.
Are you kidding?
I am not kidding. I'm going to try it one more time. I'll see
Nope,
if I...
it's not there.
Oh no, I got 404 too. So.
Son of a... Behave.
Well, at least we got to see Cruz eat his booger on live TV.
Oh, gross. I thought I missed that one.
Over and over again, close up.
Oh my God, how embarrassing is that? Yeah, it was an excellent article. He spoke directly about the BML and the Bundys and the Hammonds, the overreach of the federal government taking land for ranchers so they couldn't, and farmers and people who wanted to mine. It was an excellent article. But the only Trump and Rand Paul are the only two people that would have spoken up against the Trans-Pacific Partnership. That right there told me a lot. When I went to vote today, I kept that in my mind real strong, because if we turn this country over to the United Nations, we might as well we won't need a fence. We won't need anything. We won't have a country.
No, we won't.
We can't afford to have some other group of people all over the world, whoever they be, run this country. We're already getting a taste of it right now.
That's kind of why I like Trump. I think he is a kind of a blowhard entertainer. But it's like trying to pick the cleanest turd out of the bucket.
Absolutely. And there's another thing about him too. He doesn't need my money. He doesn't need it. He's got plenty of money. He doesn't need to be president, okay? But if he or somebody like him doesn't come up and take control of this runaway train, everything that he's ever built is going to go away, and he knows that. He's not a fool. People can't go to his casinos and gamble and pay his people if they don't have a job. It's like he said in the speech here in Warren, Michigan. We're going to get these jobs back here, manufacturing jobs back in the country. He says we may not get them all back in Michigan, but we're going to try. But at least get them back in the country.
Right. Well, didn't he just pull one out of Mexico and bring it back?
Well, that $2.2 billion job there that Ford wants to take down there is something that he's constantly talking about, and they're listening too.
Right.
Believe me, they're listening, and so is Carrier. 1,400 jobs. They're listening too.
Well, it appears that the way he's going to pay for that wall and make Mexico pay for it, I might be wrong, but by tariffing and taxing American corporations working in Mexico.
58 billion. We're losing 58 billion a year in Mexico. We get nothing in return. Losing 528 billion in China. We get nothing in return except for food that's contaminated and contaminated flu shots and whatever. He's right on the money, but like he says, you can either do business here and let people earn a wage that they can have a decent standard of living. We can tax you 35% tariff. It's up to you guys. Yeah, one man can't do that, but he can set it in motion.
All right, and we're not going to get a lot of people that agree with everything that Trump says, but I mean, what are our other choices?
Exactly. And like I said, if he would do a quarter of what he said he's going to do, I'd be happy. Because let's face it, every year it gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and they just keep tightening the reins.
I hope he stays in the race, and so we can vote for him. But if it doesn't, then we got a big choice of Dumb and Dumber again this year.
Yeah,
Well,
we
don't have any other choice right now.
I know.
Yeah, our other choices are Rubio, if you're a Republican, and the other guy whose name is I'm losing.
Cruz.
Yeah, well, here's my thing with Cruz. This is my thing with Cruz. We have listened to the GOP bitch, moan, and cry about whether, Obama was a natural-born citizen, but it's pretty damned obvious that Cruz isn't a natural-born citizen. Why is that question not bubbling up to the top?
Well, Obama has got away with it.
Well, there's people that will defend him devoutly, and I like Cruz too. I like some stuff about him. What I don't like is that his wife is a member of Goldman Sachs, and they have something to do with the CFR too. I think I don't know exactly what it is, but I mean, come on, man. How are you gonna ask for a guy to solve our problems when he's actually, his wife is a part of our problems?
Well, he's tied at the hip with Goldman Sachs too, and he got loans for them to run. I mean, they're all tied, like Trump says, they're all bought. But here's the thing with somebody like Cruz. He's done a lot of good things. But here's what you got to look at. When the things that come that really matter, like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, he didn't show up. Okay? He didn't show up to vote. Now, he talked about it and everything. The only things he votes on are the things where they can't win. He shows his vote. But when his vote could win, he doesn't show up. And see, that showed me a lot. It showed me a lot. For somebody to go out there and say that the doctor there, Carson, that he's not going to run, he quit, and go out there and tell everybody that. Come on, guys. I realize politics is a rough game, but give me a break.
Hawk, can I please say something real quick? And ladies and gentlemen, thanks for taking my call, Hawk. This is John Lavoy. Wow, the release of this video, I want to jump back into that real quick, and I'll let you guys get back into talking to politics. But very concerned with the release of this video because it's very inexplicably timed with the release of the FBI document saying that they had just cause for this shooting, so to say. This is very disturbing because the first thing it does is
all right, hold on. It was Ohio State Police. Give me a second. It was Ohio State, or excuse me, not Ohio.
Oregon.
Oregon State Police said that their shots were justified. So whether that makes a difference or not, that is kind of important.
Okay. With the release of this video, we all know what Facebook is. It's a system for, collecting data for, situations such as this to see how the populace respond and how they react to said situation. I don't want to say this, but my God, they're pushing for a damn civil war. And is this going to be the prelude to them pulling a bigger attack, a terrorist attack, on a federal building, like the Mira Federal Building in Oklahoma City? That's my number one thing. When I saw this come out today, that's the very first thing that came up in my mind. And then the second thing is that if they cannot get that accomplished, God behold, and make sure that it doesn't happen. But how about them saying, when Daddy Bush was up there during that Republican debate, giving Trump the slit throat, motion, who's to say that they don't try to do something to him to just make this country go absolutely, completely apeshit.
I agree.
Any of those things
Hell
are
yeah.
possible.
Who's to say that Trump is not the next Ross Perot? Is what my big fear is about him, because I like Trump, man, and I want to believe in him. He's a blowhard, he's a jerk, whatever. Great. Those may be great for a president.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why he's not the next Ross Perot. It's a very simple reason. He has made enemies of everybody he does business with if he doesn't make president. He's made a lot of enemies by running for president, and he knows that. He has a lot to lose in this if he doesn't win. A whole lot.
You may be right, man, and I hope you're right. However, so did Ross
That was
Perot.
my first impression, too. What if it's another Ross Perot? It's not. He's way beyond that point.
That's my biggest fear with him, and seriously, I didn't actually call to talk about politics either, and I'm glad this man brought it back into the center. Is Lavoy Finicum was murdered. I think that's really what I call to talk about in the state of our nation, not just politics, not presidential politics, because I hope Trump wins. That's really all I have to say about presidential politics.
You know, for me,
And my first choice was Rand Paul.
It's coming up to a grand crescendo. The curtain is going to fall. You know, and my God, I pray, literally I pray, that any of this doesn't result in any form of bloodshed from anybody, any Americans. You know, but the thing is, where do we start? You know, I see, like, let's say, the protests during the 1960s against the Vietnam War, the flower power, flower children, the hippies. And then let's say, look at the, what do you want to call it? Let's say Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, the Million Man March for civil rights. We need to have a peaceful gathering in a massive form of numbers to make a point that we are tired of this. You know, the country, I heard you guys talking here a little bit ago, and you're saying, you know, how about the United Nations? You know, okay, well, we've already been absorbed into the United Nations. And with that being said, you know, we're doing their bidding. Even over in the Middle East, over in Ukraine, we are literally doing their bidding. And I don't want to see any young men's lives or women's lives put in danger for any of these nasty, disgusting reasons that we go to these other countries. There's no reason to even be in any of these damn countries. You know, what happened to that?
Well, yeah, definitely. Can everybody hold up a minute? Because all the listeners, I want you to see this. This is an interview that me and Sherry did with Lavoy. I don't know how many days before, but it's an important interview to get a grip on who this man was. I'm going to run this, and then I'll stop it when it's done, because right after that we go, with an interview with Eamon. But, this whole show is about government overreach and the murder of an American citizen for no reason. So, everybody just drop in your hang tight.
Let's start a dialogue. Let's actually sit down face to face and begin this.
You have tried. She has shut you down. Is there anything that you think you can offer, anything new to her to make her start this dialogue?
Well, you have tried. We have to talk. You know, we have to talk. We've heard that she has some real concerns and claims, and so every voice needs to be heard. Mm-hmm. But it can't be heard unless we sit down and talk. Mm-hmm. And make it. First of all, let it be known that we want these things preserved and in the right hands, which I believe is their hands.
Mm-hmm. She's made some claims that y'all were tearing up the plants and things like that. Does she have any basis for that?
No. I mean, you've been around here. We're not tearing up anything. Yeah. So that's unfounded, unfortunately. it's hard sometimes to really understand what's going. But when you come here, it's easier to see. And so we invite a representative to come here and to
Hello, hey, I can't hear nothing right now, man. I'm gonna get off the phone and listen like I usually do, and I really love your show, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you do.
All right, thanks. Yeah, there's no way for me to pipe what I'm doing into the call.
Oh, I can't. You just can't hear it if
Well, I
you're
know y'all
calling right
made
on.
several
Hey, yeah,
phone
man.
calls out
But
there,
for real though,
hoping to get this
I
dialogue
appreciate
started.
what
I
you
hope
do,
it
man.
works out. What
So,
building is
so
this
you know, I
thing
gave you a
standing
little
from?
bit of cash
This we
yesterday,
call
but
the media
I'm gonna get
center.
off right
The
now.
media center.
The media
Thank you very much. Just everybody else, just stand by me.
Yes, you
Thank
did.
you,
And
too.
so it's working,
Sincerely.
isn't it?
It is.
This is
It
about as
is.
high tech as it gets right here. So,
What did it used to be? Do you know?
No.
No? Okay.
No,
Okay.
they have no pipe, so we named it the media center. So.
Well, I wanted to ask you about something a little bit more personal. And if I step on your toes, you can always tell me that.
Sure. Yeah.
We spent some time talking to Blaine,
Mhm.
and he was very great about opening up and knowing about his kids.
Yes.
Now I understand that your foster kids have also had the same kind of issues.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, a week ago, last weekend, it's been just over a weekend, they came in and took my poor boys and took them out of the home. I believe it was our licensing agent, she said that, or the CPS, I'm not sure which my wife has been dealing with, but they said the directive came down from the governor's office. The governor is flatly denying it. But, so you have two different stories going on. The governor saying, no, I never did any such sort of thing. And we have workers that have come to us says this is coming from the governor's office. And so somebody is either misinformed or not being straightforward with it. And I honestly believe that the federal government is putting pressure upon us in every way that they can. I believe that was a ploy to put pressure on us. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Dwayne Cooper's children were also a target. You know, you go after the most tender places and places you can get. So this is I don't know. Well, I don't know what asymmetrical warfare means, but this means that I think they're coming at all fronts, and that's to be expected, and that's okay. I go back to my boys. They were doing really well. These are extremely the highest level of care. It's a therapeutic foster, not regular foster. This boys are coming out of usually detention centers, some type of institution, and the ranch was a great tool to help bring these boys and reintegrate them into society and help them to function successfully in a family setting. And so the ranch was such a great tool for me to work side by side with them and get.
What were the age ranges?
Usually they're right there in the.
Now, people on the line with me and callers cannot hear this. People tuned in, can hear this, but this is back in our videos. This is not a violent man.
Okay, you want me to try to run it through my board?
You know what? That's fine. The point I was trying to make was, this is just not a violent dude. There is no violence in this guy. There never was. And it just annoys the piss out of me that they keep trying to make this guy, just seem violent, and he never was. He
Yeah, the whole narrative right from the
point,
get-goes are calling them terrorists.
Yeah, at this point, he is a martyr, and they made him a martyr. And that is their own fault.
I have to say this. I just got done watching. I'm gonna start crying, guys. I haven't been home. Excuse me. I hadn't been home until this evening to see this video, and while you guys were running that other video, I sat and I can't. Oh my God, Hawk. Oh, the anger's welling back up in me again. I'm backing off for just a minute.
Yeah, they certainly got the response they were looking for. There's no doubt about that, and it was on purpose.
They're trying to incite us.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, we were there. We were freaking there. We weren't Peace and Tilly there. I did not pay a whole bunch of money to send people out to places to be activists. I sent people a whole bunch of money to send people out to places to report the story, and we reported the story. And you really got to dig back in our videos. I mean, I've literally been on air anywhere from 2, 3 to 15 hours a day. We have one video. I was on air for 15 hours. So, go dig back into those videos and catch up if you're not already caught up.
What I was talking about is I was watching the Shauna video. I hadn't seen it today.
Oh, okay. You're looking at the show now.
Oh my God, Hawk.
Yeah, that is a brain breaker. Area code 6.
I was just on here a few minutes ago to switch to different. Okay.
Yeah, area code 641. You're on the air.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
gotcha.
Okay, right on. Well, Hawk, it's me. This is John Wayne. I mean, I'm concerned. Yeah, but the thing is, I've watched quite a few videos of Lavoy, when he was on his ranch, showing these underground detectors and stuff for monitoring the cattle and so on and so forth. And, this guy was a damn good man, I could tell. He wasn't out to hurt or harm or do anything. He was standing up for our constitutional rights, or in which the constitutional rights that we do have currently are diminishing by the day. And I hate to say that, but that's the truth. And, like I was saying, I don't know which way to go with this, but we do need to find a way to have massive peaceful protests. But even with that being said, we know just as damn well as what we say right there is that there's going to be government provocateurs within the ranks to try and stir the pot. I don't get how Ferguson, Missouri can almost be razed to the ground because of the gunning of one black teenage male who was a thug, who went out, strong-armed a grocery store owner for a pack of cigars and attacked a police officer, a man of the law. The man had to defend himself. With this video that was released today of Lavoy, he was not a threat. He got out of the vehicle, he had his hands up, and he was responding to them. This is almost, this is them, the federal government, trying to throw the match in the tinderbox to start a civil war before the 2016 elections. This is one of the other only ways that they can stop Donald Trump from winning the elections as president. An actual, honest to God election that isn't rigged and already set up for whoever the damn crony is they want to put it in there. They're Chicago mafia politicians. This is a very scary time right now. And
the globalists are spending millions of dollars, like Soros and these people, just to keep people divided and to keep stirring the pot. We know that. People watch silly things like that and they go, away. What's going on here? Well, it's called a setup. It's so obvious to us by now, but they just keep doing the same game plan over and over again, hoping
Absolutely.
that we'll just get crazy enough to go after them.
Yeah, and they're fresh out of, their playbook. It doesn't change, and we're seeing it time and time and time and time again.
It never changes.
Never changes. Never, ever. And now people are waking up, and they're able to read between the lines, see what is happening, and, able to figure it out. You know, I mean, how many times do you have to be punched in the face before you realize, hey, you know, I'm being punched in the face? Or, you know,
Yeah.
a better analogy would be, you know, being a child and touching the burner on a stove. You only
And
do that
every
once.
single war we've ever been in has been a false flag. It's been proven. They just pull at people's patriotic heart and their heartstrings. Yeah, we got to go over there and show them who's boss. We can't let them beat us up like this. Every single one of them.
You just made an extremely excellent point, because every single war we have been involved in has had a false flag.
Everyone.
From to the USS Liberty, to Pearl Harbor, 9/11. I mean, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. And that's what I'm saying. This is what extremely concerns me, is that they are going to perpetrate another attack here in the United States, blame it on militiamen or patriots, constitutionalists, and they're going to do the same thing they did at the Nura Federal Building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. If they can't get the reaction they want with that to instill martial law, then, by God, I'm telling you, you know, Trump needs to be very extremely careful with everything he does. Extremely careful. Because that is something that would set the American populace off, as divided as we already are. Over.
Well, I think that Trump has a very fine group of people around him protecting him, plus the Secret Service. Plus, I think the military is behind him 100%. He's no fool. Everywhere he goes to speak, he speaks highly of the police officers, the fine job they do, and the military, because he knows there's good people there. Not all of them, but enough of them, and they'll back him. They're watching his back. I'll guarantee you they are.
Absolutely.
He's not going to
You know,
get JFK because he knows who his enemies are.
Right.
Hey guys, can we hold on? I sent Terry a link to something that I would like read on air. This is Jeanette's response to today's release of the FBI bullshit video.
Jeanette Pennicum's response to Oregon State and FBI investigative report, March 8, 2016, St. George, Utah. Lavoy Pennicum's wife, Jeanette Pennicum, released the statement at a news conference in St. George, Utah. The news conference held earlier today in Bend, Oregon, to release the report of the investigation regarding my husband's death was to be expected. No surprises. The purpose of that announcement was for state and federal agencies to continue to lie the foundation of their legal case. However, they also continue to bring forward selective evidence. As in all such situations, there is another side of this story. We will provide a more thorough analysis at a follow-up news conference tomorrow, and we'll be taking questions at that time. Meanwhile, we continue to maintain my husband's innocence. I gotta scroll down here a minute. According to the news story from Portland, Oregon, officials investigating the death of Robert Lavoy Pennicum already released results of the fatal shooting during a January 26 traffic stop while trying to arrest the rancher and others involved in the takeover of an Oregon wildlife refuge. As family, along with our lawyers, we deny this statement. This was not a traffic stop. It was an ambush with a roadblock placed on a blind curve along a lonely stretch of highway. I am told that law enforcement and prosecuting circles, this is called a dead man's block, and is designed to allow a kill stop, which is illegal. The news story continues. The FBI said Pennicum was shot for reaching for a gun. We reject that statement. The FBI aerial video was very poor quality, edited, and provided no audio. Our family asserts that he was shot with both hands up. He was not reaching for anything at the time of the first shot. He was walking with his hands in the air, a symbol of surrender. When he reached down to his left hip, he was reacting to the pain of being shot. I can hardly believe that a team of qualified law officers could look at the facts in this case and say that no criminal laws were violated. How could they have reached this decision in the face of evidence that clearly shows intent to kill my husband? We have talked with independent investigator who has stated that the video proves a set-up assassination. Many people, including my lawyers, have tried to prepare me for this. Be strong. Accept this with peace. But I don't think anything could prepare me to accept what was so clearly a finding that challenges the Constitution that my husband died defending. I know that under the Constitution, the men who shot my husband to death while he was surrendering are entitled to due process of law, but they are not entitled to walk free and not have to face the legal process that is a barrier to you and me. They shot my husband. They left him lying in the snowbank. No medical assistance, no charges, no arraignment, no preliminary hearing, no indictment, and no trial by jury. And should they walk free? This is just not right. The consolation I have is that hundreds of thousands of Americans have seen and know the truth and believes, as I do, that my husband was murdered intentionally, deliberately, and with malice. My lawyer has assured me that we will seek justice in a different court, under different circumstances, and I look forward to that day when these men do face jury that is unbiased enough to return a fair verdict. After the Fennicum funeral, rallies spontaneously began to organize in many states. The organizers counted possibly as many 300 rallies took place throughout the country, in every state but Rhode Island. It has been asked how this movement got such momentum so quickly. When Americans heard the details of the story and how these American patriots who have no criminal record and who have stood on the same interpretations of the U.S. Constitution as Justice Scalia, I hope I pronounced his name right, have been treated, the actions of law enforcement, the FBI, have shocked the consciousness. Our Supreme Court has set as the standard guidelines for practices of law enforcement that are unacceptable to our society as those that shock the consequence. A dead man block with the intent to kill shocks the consciousness. Shooting to kill with both hands up shocks the conscience. Violating the Eighth Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment by placing Americans with no criminal records who are apparently guilty of defending the U.S. Constitution and the overreach of federal authorities into solitary confinement and then removing their constitutional right to bear arms are two examples of how elected and appointed officials in our court system, legislative bodies, and law enforcement are violating the Constitution they swear to uphold. The Supreme Court has referred to solitary confinement as being violently insane. The court has recognized that solitary confinement tortures our human brain and diminishes our God-given strength to overcome obstacles. Solitary confinement is a form of torture that often drives prisoners mad. Last year, a Supreme Court justice wrote a concurring opinion that decided the history of solitary confinement and said the practice bears a particular mark of infamy in its ability to shatter the mind and spirits of prisoners. Who are we? We are outraged that men and women who have no criminal records and who posed no threat during the protest in Oregon are being treated as mere animals. The American people are outraged at the inhumanity, this brutal and barbarism by the courts and law enforcement. It has created a new American awakening from both the left and the right. It shocks the consciousness. And that is why around 300 rallies spontaneously organized in support of my husband's assassination and these patriots who are being held political prisoners. And again, my lawyer has assured me that we will seek justice in a different court under different circumstances. We will be commenting on the FBI's and Dutchess County press release tomorrow after we review their findings fully. Thank you, Jeanette Fennicum.
All right, so that was Jeanette Finnegham's press release today. Thank you, Terry.
You're welcome.
I suck. I really suck at reading stuff.
So do I.
You did way better than I would have done. But anyway, so see the point. See the point, folks.
You know me. I've been mad since the beginning.
You know, I got Jerry, you, 229, and 641 on the air. Do you guys see my point? I mean, talk freely. This is intense.
Well, if I speak, I'll end up crying because I'm so mad. I have been mad since the beginning.
Illegal. It was illegal.
It was absolutely
there needs to be charges pressed against the federal government for the murder of Lavoy Finnegam. They need to release all audio tapes within that situation, the aerial drone pilots' audio tapes as well. They need to release all body cameras that were on all the agents.
Hey, let me tell you something. We had some people that submitted FOIA requests for that, and it was denied.
Of course.
We need to see the truck.
Yeah, where's the truck?
Show me the truck. Show me the money. Show me the truck.
Yeah, exactly. But still, all FOIA requests have been denied.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, it just says that they're in the wrong, aren't they? It tells me they're in the wrong.
That makes them complicit in the murder of a United States citizen on United States territory. So therefore, they need to be charged. Plain and simple. To the fullest extent of American law.
I hate to bring this up, but we are under the NDAA now. And this is exactly what people were afraid of, because that law says they can pretty much do whatever they want to do whenever they want to.
Well, I think they're just trying to show us, if you don't comply, you die.
Right. The government has been infiltrated by foreign people and the globalists, and they're running the show. You know, who are you going to get to stand up for us? That's the key. Who's going to stand up for the people? It's got to be somebody.
But everybody's too damn complacent and not paying attention to what's going on. You know, I mean, quite frankly and literally, everybody's got their face shoved so far into the TV, their phones, their tablets, their devices, and it is a form of mind control. That's why nobody is willing to raise a finger.
But you know something else, though? And we're all sitting here discussing this exact thing. What do we do? I know people, friends of mine, when we have our discussions, we look at each other and go, what the hell do we do now? And so those people who have got their faces in the television, some of them have it there because they're so confused about all the stuff that's going on right now. They don't know what to do. And for us having this conversation right now, we're having that question. What do we do next? None of us want a war, but we damn sure are going to stand up for what we believe in.
I'm going to tell you something. We are just as powerful as that dimwit president that has pen, paper, and phone. You also can use a pen, paper, and a phone.
I agree.
Get on the horn.
Yeah, we really need more numbers.
Yeah, I hear you saying that all the time, Hawk, and you're absolutely right. We just need more numbers. I tried a couple of years ago to get a little band of guys I knew in the military to get together and start doing some things positive. You know, other than some of the things I've done with the station, I tried to do a little of this, a little of that, but I wanted to get out in the street. I couldn't get one of them to team up with me.
Oh, no.
Not one of them.
Yeah. You know, I ended up in the same situation. You know, I've tried to work with a few people. They ended up being, well, more enemy than I won't go into that. And then there's another group of people I work with that are just so worried that they're just going to piss everybody off and get themselves arrested because they can't control their language or something. But, you know, we really need more numbers. We need more numbers talking. We need more numbers yelling. We need more numbers on these sites doing these things. You know, and so it's all, you know, we got another round of rallies coming up next month. So, you know, first Saturday of next month, let's get on them.
Well, another thing that really kind of rubs me wrong is when I see these videos that you've been playing, and when they come out and he comes out of the truck and they start shooting. When I see comments in the chat like, well, he went for his gun, he deserved it. I can't believe some of these people.
Some of these.
I mean,
well, it is YouTube chat, but
yeah, but come on. You know?
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, here let me tell you some. Come on. Last night I was looking. You know, I'm sitting here watching Jeanette Finnegum. You know, talking about what she was going through. Excuse me, I got the hiccups, and that's why I keep going. Excuse me. You probably don't hear the hiccups, but I keep getting them. But anyway, so I'm listening to Jeanette Finnegum, and quite honestly, what I was hearing was a little bit of a plea for help. So I call Stuart Rhodes, of the Oath Keepers, and I'm like, you know, dude, I'm not, you know, some guidance. Are we going to go, is anybody interested in going to protect her or whatever? And his entire delivery to me was, well, whatever, I don't know. Am I going to go protect his cows? And, you know, Lavoy Finnegum, this, you know, I'm doing this exactly. I'm telling you exactly what he said. Yeah, what am I supposed to do? We're going to go protect their cows? You know, Lavoy Finnegum fucked himself in the ass. But don't tell anybody I said that.
Oh, you did not. Oh my God.
Yes, he did. And then I'm like, dude, I called you for guidance. Don't be a smartass. And then his immediate response after that was, oh, nobody talks to me like that. Fuck you. And then he hung up on me. So, you know, that was just kind of how that went.
Wow.
That being said, you know, his organization is called Oath Keepers.
Yeah, he was you know, I mean, I was an Oath Keeper kind of member. I kind of followed him and whatever, but no more.
What oath is he keeping?
Hey guys, correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't know how good my memory is, but remember the Bundy standoff and everybody was on the horses and InfoWars was there and everybody else and Jerry was there, Jerry Bear, and all these people were walking up to get the cows back. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the Oath Keepers walk away from that?
Yeah, they walked out. Yeah, they walked away.
Did they walk?
Yeah, not only did they walk away, he himself said there was a drone attack coming in, as if.
Well, I'm not the brightest bulb on the tree, but I do connect dots once in a while, and I'm starting to connect a lot of dots that don't look real good. I don't know. I'm not accusing anybody, but I'm just taking notes, if you will.
Yeah, you know, I just don't know. I don't get any of these militia guys. It seems like the only time they show up is when they can make a dime or two. Area code 319, you're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? You're on the air.
Hey, Hawk. This is Grass Cat. I don't know if you remember me from the old days.
Oh
but,
yeah, old days. How you doing, dear?
Hey, not too bad. You know, I haven't been on mainstream media or anything, and haven't been cruising around the net in the last few days. And I just thought I'd cruise over and see what's going on, since I seen you had a live thing going on. And this is all shocking. I've just first time I've heard about this today. And
well, I've been doing this crazy live thing for about 97 days.
97 days.
Well, I just noticed it. So anyway, so I'm sitting here, and here we go with something else. But, you know, it's amazing how we keep having these things come up where we have shooters end up in our schools and we never catch them. But by God, you know, by looking at this with Lavoy, that we can sure target our something like this right away, or we can always find these targets that we want to find when we want to find it. But when it comes to really needing to find like ISIS, we just can't seem to get our hands on these people. And you know, and now we got the Flint, Michigan thing also, and you know, we are literally falling apart in every which way. And I don't know if it's to draw our attention to piss us off, so there's some kind of rebellion that goes on, but I think what we need to do, I mean, I don't care who they put in office. They're going to be doing exactly what the bankers and the corporations want them to do in the long run. I think Trump could be a catalyst to change things, perhaps. I think he's going to rattle the birdcage quite a bit if he gets in. I think that's what we need right now. I think the response to Trump shows that Americans are getting a little tired of what's going on. I think this thing with Lavoy isn't any different than...
Grabcat, it's Lavoy.
Lavoy, sorry.
No problem. Yeah, he was a friend of mine, so...
Really? I'm sorry. This is... To see it doesn't matter how many shots to me, it doesn't matter on how many shots they took. The problem is, this was a guy, you could see his demeanor through the whole Oregon thing, that this man didn't have a mean heart. He was standing for principles. And obviously, principles annoy our government and the people that represent our government now. It's almost like I'm to a point where I'm embarrassed to be an American anymore. And, you know, this terrorist thing, this terrorist thing, if we weren't around shooting off our guns and killing more people, you know, we wouldn't be pissing off other countries to be terrorists. I mean, if they came in and did that to us, other countries, Iran, Iraq, you name it, we would be pissed off too and go after them. So why are we coming down when we got our noses in someone else's business that we shouldn't be in? We are literally falling apart in every way you could possibly think about it. The only people, it isn't going to be a rapture, it isn't going to be a new president that's going to solve the problems. You know, God, if there's a God, would want his children to grow up and be responsible. Well, we've failed that so far. It's about time, and I'm not saying pull out the guns and let's go take America back. Let's just stand up and be responsible, and it isn't too hard to make them responsible. We just hand out their pink slips, go in there. The military is supposed to back our decision as the people, last time I knew. I mean, there's got to be a way. This is just madness adding on to madness, and if we just got to stop.
It's a full-on disintegration that we're looking at.
Yeah, totally. So I just wanted to...
You know, and I must say, a lot of people like Grabcat, welcome back. But I'm kind of finding it really interesting that a lot of people that have evacuated this station over the years are now coming back over my YouTube.
Well, I've been here, just not around very much. I wanted to come around, see how you were doing, see how things things have really grown quite a bit since I was last around. Poked my nose around your chat room a little bit.
Well, you're not the only one.
I'm sure.
There has been a whole lot of people that left. You know, the station. We didn't hear from them anymore for a long time. And I'm seeing a lot of that now because I'm on the YouTube doing what I used to do on my station. I guess I don't know.
Things are looking good. I just wanted to let you know that. But you know,
I try.
Oh, the days. The stories we could talk about. But because I ended up going down to New Zealand for a year, actually. That was really interesting. I should share my stories with you someday. But anyway, you know, although some of us walk away, you know what I think's funny, the biggest funny, Hawk, I'll never forget when I entered your first round table, and I was just coming into realizing what was going on in the world at that time. And now we're sitting back and, I mean, Hawk, it hasn't been that long. Things have escalated to a point where it is chaos. I don't know if I don't want to use bad terminology on the radio because I've learned good lessons, but I'm just going to say it because we're all human. These pricks in charge have really lost the plot. Totally.
It seems like everybody's lost their mind. Terry, you keep making...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Terry.
Hi, Grab Cat. It's Lady Horse.
Hey. Oh, Lady Horse, hi.
I'm still hanging here. I've been here forever.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. But you know, we have to do something. I was talking with some friends over in London, you know, and I got friends down in New Zealand now. And I had one of them ask me a very good question. He said, Kat, do you think the Marys, which that's what some of them call us, short for Americans, he says, do you think the Marys will pull together when shit hits the fan again? And I was like, ooh, that is a good question. As I see it, because I was around shortly after Kennedy was shot, and I kind of remember little bits and pieces through time about, I mean, in my generation, we were around when we still had box cell phones and Apple and who was it? IBM was about the only computers you could buy. You know, I think, I hate to say this, but I think the system that is in place right now and that has been manipulated by the greediest people I've ever experienced, I think there's only one way, and that is to really, I think the whole system needs to be dissolved, you know, because what is it? There was a college that went back and researched how many laws we actually had. They did the research for 3 years. They still couldn't find the end of the list of the laws to even tell you how many there were. So, I mean, I think we've really outdid ourselves. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Everybody feels the same as you do. We all kind of feel the same, but you know the call to action is the next thing we're going to do. I'm going to do a show tomorrow called Call to Action, and it's going to be an open line kind of thing, in which we can all kind of discuss. You know, what the hell are we gonna do?
Yeah, right?
So,
before the bill really come.
Yeah, Jerry, what's up?
Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired. I'm gonna go ahead and take off. I appreciate you taking my call. I'll send in a few bucks to help you with the expenses. I know it costs a lot of money to run the station.
All right, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm getting a little exhausted myself. I need to start winding out of this, guys.
Night, Jerry.
Good night, all. Take care.
Good night.
I'd like to say something about this is 229 Dave in South Georgia.
Go ahead.
proud of the state of Georgia and Florida and Tennessee because they want to have a constitutional convention. And now, listening to, I can't remember the lady's name that has the constitutional thing on the radio, Chris Ann Hall, I believe. She has some very good information, and the information is correct. One of the ways we can get back is to go back to our states, because we, as a nation, are a conglomerate of our states. And I applaud the state of Georgia.
Hey, may I interject in this?
Go ahead.
All right, so the last time we had a constitutional convention, and it's been a long time, 1800s. The only thing that was changed in that constitutional convention was a variation on one of the bills. I can't remember which one. But it allowed lawyers to hold office. In the original Constitution, before that constitutional convention, lawyers were not allowed to hold office in the United States. So let's think about constitutional conventions a little bit. Simply because if we hold a constitutional convention, unless there is some kind of control, imagine Bernie Sanders being in control of a constitutional convention, or Barack Obama, or anybody running. I don't even care. Rubio, Cruz, all of them. Imagine a constitutional convention in which you have any dynamic power. That's the reason I'm not really into the whole constitutional convention idea.
Well, this is my simple point about this, and that is that people at the state level are aware of what's going on, and that's my main point about this. We as a grassroots, as people of this land, that's a good place to start. We're having county elections. One of the things I'm looking into, which of our sheriffs are constitutional. Same thing with my representatives. Are you constitutional? Do you even know what it means? And if they don't, then that right there tells me I need to find another candidate. Either that, or I need to inform this person, one way or the other.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was watching a cop block video yesterday in which some cop was harassing some other dude, and he goes, "What are you, some kind of constitutionalist or something?"
Exactly. And there's a lot of that going on around, and I see it, but I'm proud to say that at least down here in southwest Georgia, I was in town the other day, and there was a gentleman that had a sidearm on in a public place. Not one person batted an eye. Nobody freaked out. Nobody ran for the doors. There was little old ladies in there. There were children in there. Nobody freaked out because he had a sidearm on. And I was like, thank you, man. I went over and shook his hand.
Well, yeah, nobody isn't an idiot. But anyway, I don't know. That's all I got to say about that.
Anyway,
listen, folks, it's getting really late. I'm getting really tired, and I got a massive headache, and I've been really upset all day. I want to come back to this exact conversation tomorrow, but I need to drop out of here.
I'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, Hawk, good talking to you.
Hey, no problem. I've basically been on air since 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's 12:03. My brain hurts and my head hurts. So thanks much, folks.
Thank you, Hawk. Catch you soon.
All right, peace out. Thanks much, folks.